Hello. 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 Hello.
As in, like, you're legally, like, someone like engaged as in proposed engaged? Is that what's happening? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's what it sounds like you're talking about. Oh, congratulations! That's awesome! I bet you're really happy. I hope you had a I hope it was wonderful. Is the proposal like going to be like a worthwhile story to tell to peeps when years down the track after you're married and everything like that, and like all the interested single ladies or men or any of those couples that are just nostalgic for first love are like, it happened at the end of Ferality. Okay. Wait, Ferality was a while ago, wasn't it? Ferality, like, that was like over a week ago, wasn't it? I feel like Ferality is a long way, is like from a time long gone or something like that. Yeah. Ah, okay. Wow, this is okay. Hang on. Also, hands. Come on. Congratulations on the engagement, Bone. June 8th. My god, that's been a month. Have we not, like, seen you in a month? Gosh, damn. We must not have seen you for a month. We must not have seen you for, like, any of June and July for this. Like, because this is news to me. either you've already told me this and I have forgotten every time you told me this, or this is actually the first time I'm learning of this. So, all right. Also, thank you, Jason, for being here first. Thank you, moderator. Let's see. Who else is there? So far, it's just Bone and Jason right now. He woke me up and said, get on VR chat. What a great opener. Like, text message from your loved one is just like, get on VR chat. Okay, so you were here... Himboed hard today. That's great. You are amazing. Yeah, no, it's the first time I'm hearing about engagement and nonsense. Literally called me. Nice. That's good. Well, that's good. So yeah, happy Wednesday for everyone. I will be real with you. Oh shit, where's my phone? I need my phone. Because I'm technically on call, so if something happens at work and they feel like they need to call someone, I'm the one that has to pick up. There's something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Found it. Found the phone. I'm just gonna get the laptop up and running. I'm just gonna get the laptop running up behind me, so then that way, if just in case someone calls, the laptop is gonna be right behind me. So all I need to do is like mute myself or something like that, and we should be good. He proposed in front of the fountain in the lobby. You do not wake up well. So, okay, so the way you're gonna talk about this, blah, 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 this proposal years down the track is gonna be one of those cases of, oh, I was disturbed from this wonderful sleep, and by my partner, and they told me that I needed to get onto VR chat right now, and I still was having dial-up noises going off in my head when I finally put on the headset and went into the game. And then they were standing in front of the water fountain. It was so beautiful. My ears were still ringing. And then they proposed. And the dial-up noises got even louder because I wasn't understanding what was going on. Hi there, Momega. Welcome to the stream. I'm just like, what's the word? Narrating the story that Bone Mass Dog has given me about their recent engagement. Congratulations to Bone Mass Dog. You have a video? Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. That's good. That's what you want. That is what you want. Excellent. Good work. Also, hey gamers. Hi there, Donkey. Hi there, Puffin. Oh, Puffin, hi. Also, why is it doing the thing? Gosh darn it. That is not who I wanted to shout out. I thought I fixed this, but it didn't. For whatever reason. So, all right, to clarify on something, Puffin, it was meant to shout out you, but for whatever reason, it, shout out overlay, get it from user login, get it from, oh, okay, I see what's going on. Hang on a second. I see what's going on because I have it as add target info from input, and that was put into like the one with the, thingamadiggy, so... That's the problem. So hang on a second. Now if I go into my queue history and I do the let's see, do we have the welcome message? Yep. All right, so there's your welcome message. So then if I re-queue this, there we go. Yes, fixed it. It shouted out input 0. Yep, exactly. You got that correct. Thank you, Puffin. I realized what was going on. So yeah, shout out. No, fuck death. We don't care about death. What we care about is Puffin. There's three things in life that are always going to be there: death, taxes, and Puffin. You want death? What the hell? No, you don't. No, you don't want death. You want. You know what you need? You know what you want, Puffin? You want subscribers. You want donations. You want people to go over to your stream because you are a streamer. You have been enjoying coding and Claire Obscura's Expedition 33. I hope you're having a wonderful time with it. I finished it like a week or two ago. Hang on a second. I need to allow a message because for whatever reason, Milford is like a misogynistic term, but I'm pretty sure Milford is meant to just be a suburb. Let's see what changed in my old stomping ground, and a good chunk changed for tourism. I hope I'm not here forever. Date everything, I guess. You only just finished Act 1? I'm never going to finish it? Oh no! Oh no! You've seen what happened to Gustav! Was it heart-wrenching for you? Can you recover? Gas stove. No, don't date the gas stove. Also, my staff took us to the state park as it was the nicer beach. But I looked at and was like, why go to the tourist trap when we could go to my hometown and hang out at the open beach for free? People just want to do nice things is what happens. Gas stove, my beloved. So you've also played the data everything. See, there's a lot of reasons for. So yeah, you don't need death. You need subscribers. You need bits. Although to be fair, I need subscribers and bits because excuse me, Lord knows in this economy everyone needs the money somehow. I need the money somehow. All right, stop looking at my blue sky. Stop getting distracted. No. I just called Gustav gas stove. Oh, was very unexpected. Yeah, no, it was a good it was a good twist. Let me tell you, Claire Obscure is a fantastic game. Now I understand you might be like also I just had a memory about when I was playing through Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I kept getting Mael's name wrong. I kept on saying Malay or something like that. So and that was pissing off Jack the Crow because they love Claire Obscure Expedition 33 and they hate how I was mispronouncing some of the French names. Pay up, chat. Honestly, that is such a good. I love that emoji of you matched up, just like pay up. I need to have a watch on my character at some point. I swear. Not even an hour after I got off of work, he did this. Oh, you ate a blueberry raspberry Pop-Tart. That's what you're talking about. Charcoal Grilla has better flavor. Grilla of the Woods. I don't know why, but you writing Charcoal Grilla just makes me think of Grilla of the Woods, where it's just the D&D group, and the fucking Chuckles is like, there's a wild gorilla in the woods, and she's like, and it's like she's saying gorilla, not gorilla. Ellen, it's just like, do you think they're using guerrilla tactics? That was your reference? Nice. Is it a propane gorilla or charcoal gorilla? Mael, Gustav, Lune, and Eski. June 8th, that's what I was talking about. Ah, okay. I did it on purpose. It triggers people. Yeah, no, I was not doing it on purpose. I'll be real with you. I was just dumb as shit. I am terrible at pronouncing names, okay? Like some names that are in the chat right now, I can understand how to pronounce them. Mixpuffin Wild Saber and Bone Masked Dog. But if I go through... But then there are some names where I feel like I'm fucking them up. And most of them are French. Also, nice work on the bimbo rating there. Ugh. Tortilla. You should keep pronouncing it wrong. Maybe. Maybe I'll do that in the future. I can't do that in the game that we have tonight. Tonight I'm going to be playing some Death Stranding. Hopefully I actually did set this thing. Like, let me just refresh this right now. Oh, did I click done it? Yes, I did. Cool. Awesome. So, nice work on the... Also, by the by,
Hello.
if you're wondering why you did an exclamation point bimbo and you got a thembo rating, the reason being is because I've tried to make my himbo bot respect pronouns. So if you've got he, him pronouns, it will do himbo rating. If you've got she, her pronouns, it will do bimbo rating. And if you got they, them pronouns, it will do thembo ratings. I haven't exactly made a way to enforce it, to make it so that you can force it to be like, no, I want this rating here. I haven't yet figured out how to do that kind of coding, nor do I have the energy to do that. No, Wild Saber, not the lever, please, not the lever! Darn you. But yeah. June 8th, this was... Okay. Tortilla... And when someone corrects you... Yep, I've read that part. Then people were checking their himbo ratings, their cute ratings. Add a user variable. Checks the user variable. Easy. Okay, well, if you want... Am I going to go into this? I'm probably going to go into this. So I already have, like, the... So I've done the rating of, like, himbo as, like, a C-sharp thing. So it is pulling... Like, because here's the thing. It is pulling the pronouns and such. Like, it is... So it pulls the pronouns, and then it does a double check. First, it does a check for particular users, because I want to make it so that, you know, Blue, for example, Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy, can never get a himbo rating. There's no himbo. There's just cute. It then grabs their value, and if there's already a value in there, then it will just say, hey, you've already got a value, it is this. So, yeah. Also, hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. But yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Because I've noticed there's, like, this one person who's been able to get, like, a himbo, bimbo, and a thembo rating, and they're all different values, which weirds me out because there should just be the one, value. You can add a user variable persisted, which gets set by another command, like respecting pronouns true, then in your code, pull the user variable if it exists equals true, then have it respected. Can help you look into it after stream. Oh, okay, so there could be that. That makes sense. That way you can do like a little thingamadiggy, so then that way, like, it can make it so that it does a... I would just need to do like a thingamadiggy where when I set the command, I need to make it so that people, like, if it detects like a he/him, then it can do that. But if they put it, because here's the thing is like, I want to be able to do the input and, you know, take it and like, you know, not worry about misspells and such. So, because that's what I want to try and remove is if someone does like a little misspelling on the whatsamahoozy, on the blah 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 blah. If someone does like a misspell on the works for me. No, but the reason why it works for you is because you have your pronouns set, so you can't get a thembo or a bimbo rating. There's just himbo. I just figured, god damn it, I just figured it out. It's because I'm setting the variable name based off of the pronoun rather than just having the value set as a imbo. Like, rather than doing like a thembo, himbo, bimbo rating, I should just have imbo rating as the user variable. So then that way, as Puffin says, whether they set their pronouns or not, or whether they want to have their pronouns respected or not, then it just puts it into there. That way, when I've got someone like Sir Dragon, for instance. Sir Dragon does not have their pronouns set. Excuse me. So they'll do an exclamation point bimbo rating. It gets low. They do exclamation point himbo rating. And because the user has their bimbo rating saved, but it's saved as bimbo, so it doesn't do an investigation of himbo. God damn it. So it does the next round, and then it gets the... So it initializes all those variables. It checks the user string, and then it grabs user string... Oh! Existing, and then it does the rate switching, and then it does the OBS. No, this can't... No, this must not be correct. No, this isn't the correct one. Rating check thembo. I'm looking at the wrong script. That would do it. I am looking at the wrong script. I was looking at the wrong script. So, because I need to find, so it grabs the pronouns, and then if the pronoun object lower is him, if it's there, if it's them, if otherwise, and then if the pronouns are not found, then it just, so if they do like, makes the message thingy, ding, and then dong, and then ding. And then it does that. So, yeah, okay. I've got it now. I've got it. So yeah, I just need to make it so yeah, because I'll probably explain in another What's Mahoozy. So yeah, hang on. How does one add their pronouns? So, oh yeah, it just did it there. There's a plugin for Twitch chat pronouns, and you can set it there. So it was just, yeah, Twitch's global anti-postmiss. Yeah. So yeah, it works with like all the different like additional systems that you can have. So I think it's really good. It makes it so helpful. Because one of my moderators, Capricious, her pronouns are she, her, and I absolutely love her as a moderator, love her as a friend. She joins into my VC because, fun fact, I have a VC, and if you pass the vibe check because of like prior interactions or what have you, if I'm in the Zebra streaming channel, you can join into the Zebra streaming channel. There's a few peeps that get to do it and such. More often than not, if I've played video games with you offline or we've interacted as streamers, then that's usually an easy way to do it. I am antisocial, I will be real with you, so that list of peeps is very short. But it makes it so that, if people want to communicate and such, it's easier that way. Plus, I don't have to, drag and drop people from one Discord into another if I'm totally fine with them giving me a jump scare. So, yeah. But yeah, Capricious, Cap, love her to bits. She's fantastic. But my goodness, when they come into the VC and people start, if Cap hasn't messaged in the chat, actually sometimes even after she messages in the chat, some people in the Discord, sorry, not in the Discord, some people in the chat refer to Cap as a he. And like, no shade, but please respect the pronoun. And sometimes I feel a little bit bad because it's just like, oh, this is people like, these are like my viewers that are doing the accidental thingamadiggies. So, and I don't have that many new viewers that catch on to when me and Cap are in the VC. So yeah, it's a different person if I feel like each time, but I always feel like, that person should have noticed when other people were given the correction is all. So anyways, that's not the, I won't get bogged down on that one. It was, yeah, we were just doing silly, explanation of pronouns and all that kind of nonsense. We need to get back into the purpose of this stream, which is getting through Death Stranding 2 in a fantasy world where Western Australia goes through a Death Stranding too, and we now have to be the postal service. We need to be faster and more reliable than the Australian Post. In an attempt to overcome the devastating grief he feels following Lou's death, Sam sets out on a mission to connect Australia and save humanity from the threat of the Death Stranding. Immediately before arriving in West Fort Knott, a mysterious man in a red mask appears in front of Sam, taunting him by saying, "You don't know a goddamn thing about Lou." The man then summons a giant mech, which Sam defeats, before connecting F1 to the chiral network. Also, I need to do something real quick. Hang on. I've had to, where is it? So, social thingamadiggy. And then I need to... Here we go. None of you can be found on this world. New connections. I didn't find the connection I was looking for. You haven't exchanged any likes with those with whom you have a Strand contract. Is there... Because like, there are people who play this game, and I would really love to see their structures in this game. But as far as I know, there isn't a way for me to, like, force it. Give me a second. There must be. So there's all the... So these are just quote-unquote users. And then that's the, There must be a way. Like, so there's all these bridge links, but is there a new way I can make a new link? Like, there must be. Mango drink, Wooks, Cunin, stick paws. Why won't you let me make a... Terrain traversal. I just want to be able to add, like, Ozlupo to, like, my thingamadiggy, so there's a greater chance for me to see Ozlupo's shit instead of my own, instead of, like, other random people's and shit. Okay, so we cannot deliver any cargo. That's a shame. Alright, fine. The road you restored was used by someone else. Kiloton uses your watchtower. 125 are pleased with you. 4,964 likes received. Hello, Sir Dragon! Hello there. Ah. Over there is Fragile. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The guy that was like the mask and such like that. I think is Higgs.
Back from the beach just so he could kill us.
It was definitely his voice I heard. I didn't get a good look at his face, but yeah. He said he came back.
No fish again, lol. Can one of my moderators,
Our
like,
plans to link
hang on,
up
I can do
Australia
it.
was just another way to do that.
They were all in red. Just
Let's
like
see if
the
this
ones at
works.
the place.
No, that's not what I wanted.
Could have been him too.
You think that was Higgs? Did you see him hurt Lou?
I'm not sure.
Fragile, I need you to remember.
I
Oh,
only
he wants
caught
to
a
know.
glimpse. But they were all wearing red. This is all my fault. I had them at my mercy on Amelie's beach.
Okay, so the weird hand thingy-majiggies at her collar are, like, emotionally driven as well.
No. You can't blame yourself. You know, something's been bugging me. Something he said. You don't know a goddamn thing about Lou. It hit me after. He's absolutely right. I mean, the kid's whole life is a total mystery to me. So I gotta ask. Can you look into Lou's past? Find out what you can? Charlie, you, the ship's crew, you all have connections within the UCA, right? And at least one of you has to have access to the UCA archives that were recovered by the Chiral Network.
All right, Sam. Let's see what we can find on Lou.
All right, so she's going to be busy doing that. Yeah. Yeah. How's everyone doing, financially speaking, I should ask? Because I know times are tough. But have people been seeing, like, all the Amazon Prime Day, like, advertisements, like, around the internet and such, or is that just me? Because a few... Uh-oh. Okay, is this Sam's dream, or is this Fragile's? Nah, this might be Sam's. Yeah, this is Sam's. Also, is he holding Doll Man?
Really, Sam, there's such a thing as too tight. Oh. That must have been quite the nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Can't feel my legs.
Can you feel anything? Also, I don't fully understand, like, because I'm pretty sure Lou's not in there. He broke, like, Lou was broken out of, like, the weird, like, bridge baby, like, cage, like, in the end of the first game. And when he looked in there, it was like, I still feel like it's just an optical illusion where Sam is just looking at the cage, like, Lou's not actually there.
Refreshed, I hope. Thanks to all your hard graft, the DHV Magellan can get around a lot more freely now. More specifically, we can travel between any two facilities that are connected to the chiral network by way of the tar currents. Naturally, this includes Mexico as well. If you're curious about how the folks in the places you visited are getting on, you can catch up on any recent developments by accessing the corpus via your ring terminal. And to have the Magellan travel to a given facility, simply open the map with your ring terminal and chart a course to your destination.
There's someone in mind that I want to, like, someone clip this, because I'm not a fan of feet. However, I know someone who is a fan of feet. That is some very detailed feet. Alright, so we can sleep till morning or evening. Is Lou gonna do anything?
That's right, sleep.
Like... Just slowly... Zeebs is a feet man? I'm not a foot man, but there's someone in my circle of friends who is a foot person. And if someone does clip that, I'm gonna share it to them. I don't want to call them out on stream because they have like a separate, they have a separate account for their foot thing. And I don't want to, like, you know, accidentally, oh, he gets the electric one. Sam's hunger is somewhat satisfied. Go. Can we skip? Yes, we can. Ugh, excuse me, throat.
That sure looked good, Sam.
We standing on deaths of the beaches today. Good morning. Apparently Australia went through a Death Stranding 2.
Apparently, you can create your own custom playlist if you have any. Ah, yes. Those wandering BTs we encountered, I believe people call them Watchers. A fitting name given their behavior. They can't see everything, though. No, they've definitely got some blind spots. Meaning, you might be able to avoid contact.
I do think it's kind of clever that they made it so that Doll Man is like animated not like 100% smoothly like normal normal 3D models. Doll Man is actually like,
Don't really
you know,
have anything else to say right now.
he's like animated on like 2s or 4s. There we go. All right. All right. Up to the surface we go. There should be more missions we can do. And plus, they're probably going to introduce to us how to do the fast travel system. Because as they mentioned, it's like we can now go between Mexico and Western Australia now. He is hyper aware! Oh, we're getting a new memory.
If you refuse, there will be severe repercussions. What makes you think you have a choice?
Alright. So it's a fully grown man who we're experiencing those things from.
Sam, it's Charlie. Another request is ready for you. You'll find it listed as a main order on the DHV Magellan's delivery terminal. So you know, Sam, Fragile is currently looking into Lou. Meanwhile, Tarman is conducting a separate investigation into the giant mech that attacked you earlier. For now, we would like you to focus on extending the network. That is a task only. As the network grows in size, we will have much more information.
Sounds good.
It appears that they're in doubt to the point that they don't even have enough to prepare cargo for you. This next order is intended to... You're to restore the mine north of F1 and its monorail station to working order and link up...
Oh, a monorail! I didn't realize Western Australia had a
A
monorail.
large quantity of excavated materials from the mine to the... As this is a somewhat complicated order. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you could make...
Alright. So, no cargo to deliver. And there's only the major ones. So, we need to make our way up north to get some special materials, and then make our way back down. Alright, let's give this a try.
All right, Sam. You'll need to work through several steps to complete this order.
Uh-huh,
To begin with, collect the cache of materials waiting for you on the DHV Magellan. Take these to the mine north of F1. The location has been marked for you on your map.
Uh-huh.
And when you arrive there, submit the materials using the terminal on site. This will allow you to restore the facility to working order. Next, access the terminal again to commence mining operations. If all goes well, a large quantity of materials should be extracted. You'll then need to deliver those materials to West Fort Knott. Consider making use of the monorail located at the mine to make life easier. Upon your arrival at F1, use the delivery terminal to submit all the materials for processing and to finally complete the order. That's all there is to it. So begin plotting your route to the mine north of F1.
Alright, easy. So, yeah, and then we just need to avoid... So, Causeway K, a shallow beach where scattered sandbars form a path. Porters have reported being attacked by groups of chiral creatures. And then there's a deep river. Chiral soil here. It's not going to be impossible. Alright.
On this occasion, you can use a tri-cruiser to transport them. These carriers are ideal for... If that sounds good to you, try... And when you're not using the carrier for cargo, you can hop aboard and kick the ground and use it as a... Just remember that floating carriers require chiral...
Alright, let's go with the floating carrier then. And... yep.
Floating carriers can be loaded with cargo once deployed.
Go. That's if we wanted to fabricate a vehicle, which we won't bother doing. We've got memory we can use up. Is there anything that could be useful for the chiral? Auto aid requests. Skeleton assist. Auto aim. Proximity alarm. Nothing of importance. Alright.
Sam, there's another porter here. Since you brought this site onto the chiral network, perhaps they thought they could make use of the additional data to make a safe run. Want to go and say hello? Please give it your all.
Easy. We get some easy level ups for that. Alright, let's see how we go with sprinting. Also, yes, I am aware of my shoes. Anyway, back to my question, like, back at the start of the cutscene. I have been seeing a lot of, like, Amazon Prime deals, because, like, you know, coming up is Amazon Prime nonsense. I am doing my best trying to save money, because I've got Unnamed up in Texas trying to get me to go join him for Texas Fur Fiesta. But, oh my goodness, there are deals in Amazon that I'm just sort of like, it would be nice to, like, purchase these things. But I know if I do that, I'm gonna, like, cause problems down the line. Can I use this?
Sam, that vehicle appears to be locked up tight.
Aww.
Won't be able to take it for a drive.
That's annoying. Vehicles belonging to facilities cannot be used. Well, why the fuck not?
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Take care, Sam.
Alright, so my things are... so the shoes I have are almost broken. But that's fine. Go. Ooh. Chiral decontamination filters. That will be very useful. But yeah, there's been a lot of them. Most particularly, either a new controller or a new mouse for my PC. I don't know why. Peripherals just do not last very long. They don't last long in my grubby hands. I think it's because of, like, the oils on them or something like that.
Oh boy!
Oh boy. Shit! Hopefully that doesn't... A 7 on the G scale. I think we either got a 6 or a 7 in the past as well. There we go.
Came in handy. Thank God.
That is some very popular music. Ooh, okay. Alright. Do we have a ladder we can use? No, we do not. Although it does look like this bridge might be able to help us. Yep, okay, cool. It goes the full distance. Or close to. I was worried that it wasn't, but it looks like it does, so... Pick that up. Might as well pick up the pills for the governor's base. More chiral nonsense. Alrighty. Let's change our boots. Because these guys are, like, damaged. And let's go for trekking boots.
That feels good.
Weird motherfuckers there. Ow! What the fuck? Fuck you.
Fuck.
Okay, I was hoping I could just jump that, but even with a running start, it didn't want me to do that, so... Alright, let's see. Alright, let's go across this way. That way we can... Come on. Come on. You can do it, Sam. There we go. Getting ourselves plenty of chiral crystals for our troubles.
Now leaving chiral network coverage.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Natural disasters can inflict severe damage on nearby structures. Provide emergency support by repairing damaged structures to keep them standing, making your life as a porter easier. Easy enough. Oh, I forgot to pick up the What's-in-the-Hoosey thing. Never mind. So it looks like the monorail is right there. We'll need to figure out what the monorail... Oh, wait, no, the monorail doesn't need any resources from us. Liquefied natural gas. That would be good. There we go.
Almost toppled over.
Just like that, Sam.
Alright.
Good morning to you. Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Yep. Of course it would be restricted. Also, I should probably reorganize my inventory at some point. Actually, can I just... Alrighty. The XL can go into the loader. Probably the radar unit as well. Oh, it turns into a heavy load at that point. Oh wait, no, it's still got capacity for it. There we go. go. Alright, so... Alright, ding, and then special alloy, and special alloy. So we didn't... Okay, so we didn't need any chiral crystals for this thing, then. That's fortunate. It's very fortunate indeed. Hey, and would you know, the monorail is also getting like a little weird connection thingamadiggies.
Well done, Sam. I've never seen it work.
Use chiral crystals to mine materials. Nice. Hello, Kananza. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a wonderful evening wherever you are. I am just going through the Death Stranding 2. In a magical place called Western Australia, we must deliver packages. Hopefully we do so better than the Australian Post.
Now all you have to do is load the extracted materials onto the monorail for transport.
Yep. Load the monorail cargo and vehicles, or get on the board yourself. It can also be dispatched from the thingy. Yep. So... confirm destination. Load cargo. Container to West Fort Knot. There we go. And then... musician, the lone guy. Load into the container. And then we'll get onto the thing. Any floating containers currently will be detached if you board. If you'd like to bring with either carry it in your hands or place it in a container. Ah, okay, hang on. I need to do that before I forget. Ding. Put that in the container. And then we need to get on the monorail, which we are. And then we dispatch. Let's see how this goes. Kojima's Fantasy World. Anyone can be better than Australia Post? Yeah, unfortunately, the Australian Post, it used to not be shit. So, because first and foremost, it was run by the government. It made it so that if you were blah 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 blah, brain, come on, you can do this. So there was a time when the Australian Post was, yes, it was a company, but it was a company where a majority of its ownership was by the federal government. But then there came a point in time where the federal government started offloading their shares of the Australian Post. Like this, and because the Australian Post at the time was worth quite a bit of money, but the federal government wasn't doing too well on funds. And rather than, like, you know, increase the tax on rich people or nationalize their materials or natural resources, they instead just started selling off pieces of company that they like ran. And it was always infrastructure shit, such as postage service or Telstra for the telecommunication, like weird shit like that, which would have been way more important if they kept the material themselves rather than offloading it. Anywhoosies, so there was a time when it wasn't terrible and was, like, you know, needing to try and hit all corners of Australia, but then it became privatized, and the disadvantage of it being, like, you know, the only big name, like, courier in Australia. All right, let's see how that worked. Deliver and report. The private container cargo doesn't... And 2 more. Deliver this cargo as well? Yes. So all of these things are returnable. Let's see what this looks like with all... Goddamn, just so much material.
Did you actually manage to restore the monorail?
Can't think of any other postage service in Tasmania. Yeah.
You'll be able to transport material.
Can't think of anything in Tasmania, to be real with you.
Right. Sorry. Let's take a look at these materials you brought.
Also, does she have, like, an Aussie accent?
Would you look at all this? I think it's safe to say we'll have nothing to worry about for a while.
Nice. Oh, we can now pick up off-roaders. That's good.
Stuff, did you?
There we go. Oh, so close to getting up to 3rd star.
Great strides in our research, thanks to you.
Battery unit, a vehicle component that increases battery capacity. It can be fitted to both the tri-cruiser and the pickup off-roader. Multiple units can be equipped to further the maximum distance the vehicle can travel. Nice.
Just wanted to let you know that
There's nothing special here. Damn. Well, at least you have the internet and you're able to communicate with us. Who knew that, you know, who knew the National Broadband Network would be so helpful? Back in the day, the National Broadband Network, the most they were able to say about it was, oh, fast speeds. But it's like, no, you need way more than that. Oh, yeah, my bridge link. Because I contributed so many materials to the roads, my bridge link is going to be absolute cooked. Extend the window during which lights can be received and given. Boosting its efficiency. We unlocked a number of things.
As thanks. They sure weren't easy to come by. A real collector's item, I hear.
Ooh. Oh, cool. Sunglasses. We already have 2 pairs, but those are cool. Pinot, number 1. Sunglasses released as part of the Gentle Monster 2024 collection. They are notable for their balanced structure, square shape, and simple black... Wow, thank you, Kojima, for the product placement.
Really appreciate your help. At the risk of stating...
We don't have Monster Energy drink, but we got Pinot.
...to restore the other roads and monorails to working order. But, at least with this monorail operational, you can bring us large shipments of materials with relatively minimal effort.
Relatively.
That's gonna go a long way towards getting other sections.
We just need to get to the place first.
We can fabricate pickup off-roaders now, by the way. I'm pretty fond of them myself. Sure. The monorail network was extensive and once stretched across a good chunk of Australia's coastline. But repeated exposure to timefall has seen it degrade significantly. And with the constant threat of BTs and armed groups, it's not been possible to repair the damage.
Damn it.
If you happen to come across a track layer, be sure to feed it any materials you can spare. Even a small contribution will make a difference. Anyway...
Can't wait for when I go out there and I find that people have already done all the contributions.
We're so grateful for the assistance, Sam. You've been a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day.
You managed to save the day, Sam. The people here now have more than enough supplies for their needs. They should be able to prepare cargo for the next delivery too. But first,
Yep.
I have some information to share with you about Lou.
Tell me more.
DHV Magellan so we can talk.
Oh, okay.
Order completed. Well done.
Is there new orders that I can do? Alright, so I can give it... So we can recover mysterious cargo near the plate gate. Oh, I can deliver something to the musician because... I know that the musician is gonna want to, Oh, wait, we're gonna use... we don't really need anything from there. Can't change anything of that. To exit. Wait, hang on. Yeah, that one. Do the thing. Close it. Load it onto the trike. And then... Is there anything... So what were these things? Increase the number of conform... extended like window... Auto aid requests... Flood warning... Emergency... Thingy-madiggy... Improved water filtration... Alright, so none of those are helpful. And I can't customize that in any way. Yeah, if it's not my vehicle, I can't customize it, so...
Order accepted.
Alright. Into the trike we go, and let's get it up and running. So yeah, we're gonna do a detour. We're gonna go for just any random delivery right now, rather than, you know, making a huge push for blah 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 brain. You can do this. Rather than trying to do a push into the main story real quick. Because, you know, it's fun doing, like, little nonsenses like these. West Fortnite? There's another one. And then... Go. Alright. So that will be good to get back to West Fortnite. Now the guy we're after is up there. Now I know he's a big distance away, but he's not... But it's, you know, we're gonna get it done in lickety-split time because we have this baby right here. Yeah. It's very tempting to go for Amazon Prime deals. It's very tempting to dip into my savings and pick up on some of them. Go. Super savings there. 500 meters away. Restore some cargo. I love that we get to overcharge this shit. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. There we go. Also, that guy is a complete wreck. Alright, there we go. Easy delivery. Hopefully we get that done quickly and with very little direction, which means we get to deliver. Yep, and we get to return one of the things that we found on our way to the monorail. Skip it, come on. We know we did a good job, musician. Legend of Legends, there we go.
Picture of perfection. Where the hell did you find this? You are the best.
There we go, 3 stars, and we get ourselves the second level of the shotgun.
Hopefully, it'll make your life a bit easier.
Song that can be played and customized structure. Cues.
Do you have enough materials? Why don't
materials. Other porters lost cargo returned. We get some likes from them, which is nice. Ooh! Alright, what does this do? Boost the floating carrier's maneuverability when ridden. Nice. And then extended the what's-mahoozies. Increase the number of objects that can be shared from other players' worlds. Honestly, that's fantastic.
I've got something for you. Shotguns can be devastating. However, the grenade, this data was sent to me on the... So, now I've got to... I really hope...
Nice. Nice to...
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Alright, so that can go back to you. And that can go back to you. Alright. We'll pick both of those up. So the way we'll do it is we'll head over to this thing first to pick up the order that's for the distribution center. So then that way we drop off this thing, and then we go grab whatever the plate gate nonsense is. Excellent. And then... yeah, return to order. I swear we had... deliver... oh! Okay, so we need a... okay, I see what's going on. So, we deliver the thingy-majiggy. After we deliver the thingy-majiggy, we do the investigate... we recover the cargo, deliver the yep, okay, now I see what's going on. Now it makes sense why I only had the thingy-majiggy. Alright, so we'll put that onto the trike. Alright, what do we... so... we got trekking boots that we're wearing right now. We got the battle skeleton on right now, which is a silver level 2. We got a bola gun. Can we... and then that can... so that can do MP rounds. So we've already got the grenade pistol. We already got a tranq rifle. We got a lightweight shotgun. Alright, here we go. Buckle up, butternuts.
Thank you.
I like that phrase, buckle up, butternuts. Alright. Alright, so we head back to... so we head back to West Fort Knott, which is over there. So... we're probably not gonna pick up any new packages on our way back. No, Noah guy! Not death again! How dare you. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. We're doing some side delivery quests, just so then that way, one, I get a feel for the game, you know, outside of main questline stuff, and it gives me an opportunity, if I can, to communicate with chat. Because, you know, there will be long treks like these where I don't have to, you know, be as busy. I could, like, you know... no! Not my hair! I need that! Otherwise I look like a silly Zeebs. There we go. Meow. There we go, there we go, there we go. Beautiful. I'm one of the contributors to this road. I am responsible for this road. Oh, guns! Those are actually going to be very useful. Hang on a second. And then the western thingy-majiggy, that will be useful. And then another shotgun. Go.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. You're not versed with Death Stranding in general, but you know it's a very invested story. It is. We are currently playing the sequel right now. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Yes, you are absolutely right, Tanmix. It is about the journey. One does not care for the glory of the city before you, but about the distance, the trek, the lessons along the way, the hardships. Also, yes, this is what my voice sounds like when I get hyper himbo now. What do you think? Alright, yep, so we need to roll those. We got thingy-majiggy thingies, you fucking love it.
Give me a moment while
Of course you do. You're thinking dirty thoughts. You're thinking dirty, lewd thoughts with this voice, aren't you? Look at that profanity. Legend of Legends, let's go.
It's like a dream come true, this showing up.
Alright. Yep, that gets us our 3rd star, giving us a better floater.
Please allow us to return the favor
Increases the
with
firmware, increases the
Just wanted to let you
qubit.
know that we're
Optimize sharing boosts, nice. Don't take my shirt, Sir Dragon! It can't fit you! It got bigger! It stretched out when I grew all these muscles! Rude.
We've increased the carrying. Needless to say, now hope this helps with your future.
It will? I'm thinking you sound like the announcer from the Murder Mr. Trivia. Oh, that guy! I did not catch on to that. Alright, so now we go and do this. Recover mystery cargo from near the plates. So we need to go and grab the mystery plates, which we can probably do on the way there. So we're going to do a pit stop, because I believe we have... So yeah, because I believe we need to recover the stuff that's here. And then after that, we can then go there. Alright. Alright, cargo management. So we've got a floating carrier that's in our private locker. Tranq rifle. So tranquilizers and sleeping pills go to the governor. This we can recycle the special alloys. We don't need that. And then that's a lightweight assault rifle. And then that's maintenance. Alright, blood bag can go into our utility pouch. Alright, you know what? You can be recycled. So we've already got something like that for you. So that's the container spray. So we've already got a level 1 shotgun. So 8 out of 24 versus 8 out of 24. So recycle you as well. That way we're not holding on to like too many things. And then this lightweight. Let's see, can we attach it to the... Ooh, interesting. So we can't use it with the leggings. It smells like himbo. Hippity hoppity, your shirt is Sir Dragon's property. It should be my property. Mine. I earned that shirt. I'm himbo as fuck. Alright, you know what? Let's recycle that machine gun. Alright.
Guess underscore I underscore Noah underscore guy demands you drink.
Alright. Sippies. Ow! Alright, blood bag, I am going to load into my private locker, because I don't need that. So that way we can move... So we got a grenade pistol, we got a climbing anchor.
I'm gonna put the climbing anchor on the shoulder. No, do not pull the lever! Alright, we're gonna put that on the tool rack. And then... Yep, so that does a reorganization. Oh, what does it put on the suit? Oh, it puts the thingamadiggies for transportation. Okay, alright. Not how I would do it, but okay, you do you. Alright, we don't need you. Alright. Out we go.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Alright. Alright, so first and foremost, we need to deal with the bandits. Oh, hang on. Cool. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Am I going the right way? Hold X while viewing the map to chart a course for the Magellan. Ah, okay. That's kind of cool. It's not important that the Magellan does this for me, though, so I am busy. So yeah, yep, we're gonna follow the road. So we need to deal with those weird hoarders. They're weird. For whatever reason, they just steal packages off people. That's just their whole shtick. They want to be couriers themselves, but they don't want to give up the packages. It's a weird thing for them. Alrighty. Thing on left. Alrighty. Ow! No, I need a concentrate Sir Dragon on this.
That sniper rifle doesn't appear to be equipped with a suppressor, meaning it will make considerable noise when fired. Take care not to attract the enemy's attention.
There we go. That's one. There we go. And where's your other guy? Ow, fuck you. Ow, fuck you. Give me that. Go. Fuck that guy, honestly. Alright, so we needed another transformer. And it looks like we still got more guys to deal with, so... Where's my container spray? There we go. Alright, I didn't do a good aim, so let's try that again. Okay, problem. Now comes the fun part, where I start using the assault rifle. Don't worry. We won't need to be too stealthy for long. There we go. We are. No problemo whatsoever. Hi there, Buy Vacuums. Please look in IC stream. Okay, hang on a second. What am I... Ah! Shit! Hang on. Alright, what am I looking over in IC stream? Why am I looking over there? Twitch.tv/BlueFoxyNICIC. Oh my god! What the fuck? That is amazing. I'm gonna take the wild guess that that was your doing vacuums. That was your doing, was it? Oh, for any of you that are wondering what the fuck's going on, you should go check out Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Hang on, Nicey. They're a streamer. They have a lot of different 2D PNG tuber models, and there was this silly idea of like a couple streams ago of Blue, who's normally a twink, being big and round, and so after all that kind of nonsense, Buy My Vacuums is a artist who has done stuff for Blue Foxy Nicey Icy in the past, and yeah, I pointed out about like this one chef or something like that, and they've gone and drawn Blue Foxy Nicey Icy as that chef, which is so funny, and I love it. That is some amazing work. So yeah, amazing. I love it. Alrighty, so I need to find out where the, thank you. One, I'll probably need to run back for my car. Or, not my car, but my, my vehicle. And then two. Alright, we hack this. And there we go. Yes. Lone Commander we're not going to pick up. Metals are going to be too heavy. Nah, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's pick up this stuff. And then place into backpack. Cargo exceeds the... Ah, okay, so we can't... Alright, hang on. So... Here's what we do. Container spray, we get rid of that. The climbing anchor, we get rid of that. We keep the maintenance tools. Tranquilizer, we get rid of that. So those get offloaded. And then... You get placed in the backpack. There we go. So... Yeah, we're gonna need to get my vehicle again.
You've recovered everything then. Great. Let's get it delivered.
Yep, let me just, you know... Let's just get back onto our... Let's just get back to our motorcycle, and then we should be good. You just had to run and tell me? I appreciate you telling me. Thank you so much. Especially because it was like such a silly... It was such a silly idea in my head, and I was like, and because of like just the mixture of blah 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 blah, the mixture of brain, come on, the mixture of like people wanting Blue to be big and round, and then the fact that, you know, the whole like, you know, cooking DILF energy that Blue could have done, it was, oh, mwah, beautiful. Oh, wait, I can kick this person. Fuck you. You deserve that. Alrighty, so now... There we go. And I was one of these contributors to this thing as well. Alright, so that gets overcharged, which is what we want. So now it's nighttime. So we're gonna drop off some of these. So we gotta drop off some of this material before we go to the tectonic plate thingy-madiggy. Go. Alright, activate this. Deliver and report. So we deliver all that. There was a little bit of damage to the maintenance tools, but I'm gonna be real with you. It's only a return item, so we don't have anything to worry about there. You instantly think of Asgore memes with Deltarune with the face they had. The fact a beard would work, though. Yeah, the reason why a beard would work, though, is very simple, okay? It's because of... Let me present to you the image that I presented to Blue, who then presented it to the rest of stream, so by my vacuums, they were able to see it. Look at this gentleman, all right? And I mean really look at this gentleman. Look at him. Look at this gentleman. Chef Paul. Does he not look like he enjoys the very food that he makes? Look at this man. Look at this distinguished gentleman. That is a man who loves his food. All right? That's not like a Gordon Ramsay or Jamie Oliver where you like, does he or does he not? Like, that is a man that makes food. And he doesn't care about the caloric intake. He doesn't care about, you know, oh, you have to reduce the foods that you are making in order to make the other foods, like, you know, stand out. It's like, no, this is a man that will make food, and it doesn't matter how heavy it is. There will be more. Hey, whoop, wrong direction. Where's my top left? Top left. This man, right here. We salute you.
I don't know where you found this.
It's always great seeing chefs that look like they actually enjoy their food. Oh my gosh, we almost got to max level. And then we got Battle Skeleton level 3. I bet you we're probably really close to getting this guy to 5 stars without even trying. And then we return that cargo there. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, our combat almost went up. That would have been good.
Your efforts have been... I think you're...
Yep.
Well done.
Alright, so we pick up... Let's have a look. Does this guy have any orders? Delivering medals to the musician. And it's for order use only. And then I've got... content damage, and then strong sleeping pills. Alright. Alrighty. Honestly, that sniper rifle is going to be very useful. And then the Western Environmental Observatory is... So we can return that to him. That will be good. Ah, but it gets a little bit of damage. Darn you. That's not good. Yes, 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 yes. And yes, I'm picking up other bullshit. Oh! That's what we needed right there. Do you see it? Those are the fragments we needed. Oh wait, no, those aren't the fragments we needed. That's from someone else entirely different, possibly. There we go. Alright, so that wasn't part of our mission. But that is. Okay, cool. So we are going the right direction. We're heading to a plate gate. So we just need to be... Honestly, imagine trying to do this with a car would have been much more difficult. Alright, let's see. Where's the... Where the fuck is this? Oh, there it is. I was about to drive off in the wrong direction, wasn't I? Ducking and weaving through all the places. Da, 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 da. Lifelong meals in Westgate. Ooh, those will be good to pick up. Because we'll need to head to Westfort at some point for the Magellan. And it will also increase our thing. So yeah, that will be good. That'll be good. Pick you up. I'm so glad that we can just pick up materials from this motorcycle. It makes life of just picking up random shit to deliver back to people for easy likes so helpful. Alright, there we go. Mysterious cargo.
That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Alright. We do not have a lot of energy, so we're going to need to be mindful of that as we go through this thing. And also I can feel the motorcycle being slower because of the increased weight that we're carrying. Like, look at the height of this tower! Un-fucking real. Do we need resin? Nah, not really. Uh-huh. Let's pick up that ladder. Let's see if we can... Yep, we can pick it up. And then... Where's the lifelong meals? There they are. And then... Hey! Would you look at that? A generator! That way we can stand right next to the generator. There we go. Giving us a bit of an overcharge, which is great. God, I love it when you go into a game and there's like... Oh. Bunny hop that. You can, like... Death Stranding, when I first played this, like the first Death Stranding game, I did a lot of like material contributions and such, and it felt like I was the only one doing material contributions. I picked it up again, like, I think a year ago to try and play it on PC. Still the same sort of thing. but I feel like that was easily because, like, I was playing the game, like, well after its popularity and such, and there wasn't a resurgence for it because of Death Stranding 2 yet. But yeah, playing this game, like this one here, in the height of its popularity, there's way more structures out there, and it's so helpful. The craziest thing was seeing, like, roads were already paved and such. That was the craziest thing to contend with. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Back onto the vehicle we go. And yeah, we'll head back onto the road. That way we're not using much of our battery. And we can pick up that hopefully we can pick up that survival kit. Or is it on the oh, it's on the other side of the road. Never mind. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. Oh, liquid oxygen. Okay, maybe I'll do a detour. I'm gonna do a detour for that, actually. Give me a second, give me a second. And then pick you up. There we go. It's fine, we got plenty of battery life. It's fine. Alright, let's see, can we grab this? No, we cannot load any more cargo. Shit. Alright, let's have a look at our cargo management. What can we fix? Huh. Uh-huh. Alright. There's gotta be something we can offload. Nah, those are all... Damn it, we're at our limit. And we can't do it while... Shit, never mind. That would have been a good piece of cargo to pick up as well. Also, did the fishing go off, Icy? I didn't see it. If it did. You just shotgun blasted the toilet? God damn it. God damn it, Sir Dragon. Why do you do that? Nope, it didn't. Ah, goddamn. I do not understand. Sometimes my thing works perfectly, and then other times it does not. Like, I'm just having the lurk bait, you know, try and do it on its own. Like, it's not, you know, trying to pipe through, I'm not trying to have it pipe through, blah, 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 blah. Brain, come on. I'm not trying to have it pipe through, like, StreamerBot or anything like that. I'm just trying to have it, you know, do it via normal. So it's weird that it's not doing it properly. All right, there we go. Hopefully that helps. Deliver! All right, so we gotta return. All right, let's see how this one goes. Do we get up to full stars when we do this? Would be nice if we did.
I'll process your orders as...
Another Legend of Legends!
We'd already written this off as lost. You've made every...
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Alright, let's see, how did we go? More porter, more stealth. Servicemanship had almost got up to 50.
Dark out here, so be sure...
That fish will trigger people? What fish? I didn't see the fish.
Order completed. Well done.
Alright. Does this guy have a delivery? Okay, so we got one for the Lone Commander. A visitor from Mexico. The cargo recovered near the plate gate contained a special ore formed when tar currents mix with magma deep underground. A note enclosed with the cargo asks you to take it to the Lone Commander, who has some expertise in working with ore. Oh! Okay. Alright, so what we can do is we can go to the governor's base, and then there's a path on the governor's base that we can cross through. And then we can get to that guy. Okay, so now we can return that shit. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we load it onto the trike. And then, alright, you store the material. Same as you. Okay, do we have any other storable material things? No, we do not. So, yep. So you materials get stored. Honestly, the grenade pistol, I'm gonna get that recycled because I'm really not using that grenade pistol. The PCC is gonna be useful for making. Hey, that's working now. Yeah, it is. Turns out that if you do like a first word thingy-majiggy, it was because of like the shout out. I had it because of the shout out command previously rather than like create shout out. So yeah, now it's fixed. How's it going, Vel? You doing good? So strong. All right, so we got a number of things for the governor. So we'll drop it off to the governor.
Order accepted.
There we go. All right. So we're gonna head to the governor first. Drop off all of our like random nonsense to him. Cookie for Icy Paw. Here's your cookie, Icy Paw. So yeah, so the governor should be nearby. Oh, hang on. Commemorative thingamadoogs. Alright, so there's the governor there. There we go.
Hey man, thanks for the help.
There we are. So now we can hit this guy. Yeah, this guy just has like, you know, a secret rock thing. More studying of stupid things people have done on the operating system that makes me want to yell. Ah, classic Linux experience. Classic Linux experience. You want to do things on the Linux PC, but you need to do some weird things because unfortunately, whatever program you want to use, you know, it wants to work with that. No, classic Windows, Linux is fine. Oh, okay, all right, that's new. I thought you were having problems with Linux again.
That's good of you.
Also, this here's the governor.
I wasn't expecting you to make this delivery as well. Thanks, mate.
All right, so we returned the guy's cargo. Ding.
Sorry to trouble you. Try not to travel too.
Oh no, we're gonna be doing way more traveling. Also, if you have something for the lone commander, I will graciously accept that as well. Ooh, deliver classified documents of the old British intelligence. All right, I am going on my backtrack. I will pick that up from you. There we go. Yep, so West Fort Knott. So yeah, on my backtrack, I will pick up the important Whatsamahoozee stuff, because knowing my luck, he's gonna probably have some important stuff for West Fort Knott as well. Alrighty. Now I just need to remember... I just need to remember the route I was gonna take to get up to Whatsamahoozee's place, which I think I'm going the right way. Yeah, I think I'm going the right way. Go. Oh. Hmm. We've got problems. Okay. Alright, so first and foremost, you, and you are gonna get loaded onto the trike. 1, 2, 3, 4 are gonna get loaded onto our backpack. You... Sure. So those are 3 things on the trike. Let's see. Sure. So that's good for now. Oh, cool. That's my bike. I can't believe it's just been there this entire time. That's kind of crazy. Alright, so I need to try and get to... Where the fuck is he? There he is. So I need to try and get there. Without causing, like, a huge disturbance. Although I cannot see where the fuck... Oh, there is the big guy. Never mind. I couldn't see him at first, but now I can. There's only one program that refuses to run, and that's League, which is fine. Yeah, you don't need League of Legends. Alrighty, let's see. Alright. I see where we can go. This way. God damn, there's a lot of material just laying around here as well. Oh, thank goodness we have a timeful shelter right here. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. That's fine, that's fine. We used it for what was necessary. Also, where the fuck is this guy's structure? I lost track of it. 100 meters that way. Okay, no, that's not too bad. Although I do want to try and get that alcoholic beverage. Grant, help ICs using the cursed PNG? What cursed PNG? Like, I'm looking at their stream right now. They look fine. They look fine. The human one. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're using... I saw them with the chef one. That was pretty cool. Buy My Vacuum's already posed it out. Alright. Grab you. No! Do not bold me! Ah! The disrespect from everyone. Ah! Alright. Deliver. Excellent. Not again! Why must you bold me?
Let me just review.
Alright, what is this guy gonna give us after doing a decent delivery to him?
Can't help but feel grateful when you get a delivery. Where on earth did you find this? I was sure it was gone.
Nice. 3 stars. Ooh!
This data.
Trank handgun. A silenced handgun loaded with tranquilizing rounds. It has a limited range, but a single direct hit will put an enemy to sleep once the tranquilizing has taken effect. Can be stowed in a dedicated oyster. Excellent! That is actually really good.
How are you doing for materials? Because I'm upping the amount you can use for fabrication.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
I've shared a schematic for a new weapon with you. A silenced handgun.
Yep. You've already mentioned this. I've got it now. I am very much thankful.
Effects. This little fella can be very useful for when you want matter. So bear in mind. Hope it serves you well in the field.
I'm glad that we did that. Alright, let's have a look. What can we get from this guy? Recover timefall resistant tent lost in the BT area. And then we need to deliver processed tar. Alright, let's go for that one first and foremost. And then cargo management. The fuck is... Oh, it's chemicals. Okay. Store material. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. Okay, so there's different pieces of a timefall tent that we're gonna need to pick up. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Although, I'm gonna pick that up while I can. So, pick you up. It's gonna rain shortly, I can just imagine it. Oh, is it? No, it's not raining anymore. Okay. Okay, so there's 4 pieces of the timefall resistant tent that we're gonna need to pick up. So, I thought it was just 2, but it looks like it's 4. Alright, grab you. It wants a minimum 1, but let's see if we can get all 4. There we go. So that's 2. And then 3 is up there. Where's the last one? Alright, there you are. Alright, so we'll go for 4 and then backtrack to the 1. It's gonna be heavy, but I'm not even using a PNG. Nice. Alright. So we grab you next. And then... Alright, so there's the next one. I'm holding onto both straps, so then that way Sam doesn't just fall over.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Easy for you to say. You're not helping whatsoever. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright, can I succeed without needing to... Okay, looks like I can. It looks like I can do the walk without needing to hold on to the straps. I just need to be relatively slow. Nah, fuck that. We're less than 200 meters away. Sprinting that nonsense. Come on, Sam! Sprint! We're almost there! Sprint, my man! Faster! Oh, shit. Hang on. There we go.
Appreciate you coming, Sam.
There we go. Alright. Return the timefall resistant tent. all 4 pieces. He thought I would only get 1, but I got all 4 of them. Reliability. That's something you don't hear from Australia Post. Yeah.
Thanks for coming all this way. Sit tight.
Love it.
while I check the... Would you look at all this? Thank you so much.
I am a great transporter. Ooh, nice.
It's only right I reward the hard
A
yakky.
lightweight tranquilizer sniper rifle capable of being stored as an S-sized piece of storage. Despite the reduction in the weight of its stock, this portable variant retains all the features of the base model, including its range, variable scope, and its considerably noisy report. Hold your breath to stabilize the shot. Yeah, no, fair, fair. There we go, increasing the bandwidth.
To increase your material allocation, just so you...
Death Stranding's world is less dangerous than Australia. A little more dangerous because of the BTs, but, you know, it's a tough fight. I can understand it being a tough fight.
I've succeeded in refining the design of my old sniper rifle, made it lighter. Packs more easily when carried as cargo too, which ought to make it more viable as a piece of kit. It's still as loud as ever though. Would have had to reduce its effective range otherwise, and we can't have that. So don't go thinking fuck. Then again, seeing as you come this far, I expect... So use it and come...
Alrighty, now let's go for the, what was... Yeah, now we need to go and try and deliver it to you. So you're over there. And there's a great... So there's a long ridge in our way. But with luck, it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a floating carrier. And then... that way... unfold carrier and load the cargo. So we'll load you in there. Because then that way we're able to just... Yeah, we have that thing connected to us. And now we do... Yep, we got that long area to go. If we find a motorcycle, though, we're definitely going to be using it. But yeah, also, you are... Actually, good point, Icy. Where the fuck is the emus? Like, we've seen, like, you know, small... We've seen, like, a kangaroo and a quokka, but no emus so far. Da 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 da. Ah, cool, the sun's rising, which means we won't have as big of an issue with, Actually, it doesn't matter if the sun's risen or not for us, really. Alright, let's see if we can... Because I want to try and do well with the ridge. Alright, so that's where we need to go there. Thank you, Black Business. Oh. Shit. Oh. There we go. What the fuck? That's a fabricator down there. What the fuck is it doing that down there? Hang on. That's meant to be for, like, cars and shit.
There we go.
Maybe Black Mesa? Nah, wrong franchise. Possibility, but wrong franchise. That's crazy. I didn't think we'd find one here. Holy shit. There's like barely any resources in it either, isn't there? Alright, so we need 1,100 metal and almost like 2,000 ceramic. It's gonna take a bit, but... Alright, let's have a look. God damn, that road is like just so far out of the boonies. Like, that's crazy. I really want to contribute materials to it. I want to know, like, what is it going to connect up? Because, like, hang on, if I look at the map here... Yeah, it must connect up this road. So, like, the thing that's close to the smoke mill must make it so that it goes here. But then, where is it curving to? Is it, like, gonna go over to there? Or is it just gonna be going anywhere else? That is real, like, where could it be going? Small adjustments, small turns. There isn't, like, that much technical skill needed to the driving, so this works out for me. Although I don't quite like it that Sam is just out in the wild, kind of, with his rig. Like, look at him. He's just exposed to the fucking elements right now. Alright, let's see. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I should probably, like, pick up materials from the musician of all people. Because then that way we'll be able to, Yep, there we go. So there's my cargo thing. I was worried that the floating container was going to be, like, left all the way back there. But looks like it's good. No container damage either. This obsidian has gone through a lot of different places.
I appreciate the help.
What, like, I am curious, like, what is special about it?
Is all this stuff really just for me? Ah, damn.
Oh, damn indeed. You're gonna tell me more about it, though? I would very much appreciate it.
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
Nothing new there.
You have been a big help.
That's it? Alright, let's have a look. Breakable cargo. Lithophone made from... Okay. Before I do that... So... Claim materials. Let's have a look. So... We need a lot of metals. Let's see if this will be enough. So, 1,280, 1,200. It's not everything we need, but it's close. There we go. Okay. Yeah, let's recycle the shotgun. Machine pistol, you're fine. And then we're keeping all the metals and the ceramic because we need that. Alright, let's see if we can get that road put together. I am really curious to see how it goes. We'll just need to, like... Alright. And then... Whoop. Come on. Tighter turn, please. There we go. Where was it? I need to put my, what's-a-mahoozy up again. It was... here. Let's see how we go. So yeah, it's just up that hill. I won't be able to carry all the materials on my backpack, so I have to use the vehicle. With luck, the vehicle will be relatively easy to get it up that hill. I can four-wheel drive it. I've done four-wheel driving before as like a little bit of a training montage. I'll barely hit any trees while on the way too. Like look, there's barely any of them right now. Alright, so... yeah, the way I got down was I had to... yeah, I got my pathing. I have my pathing. I know what I'm doing, chat. So we get over this thing. Ow. Fuck you. Alright, so... the bridge was almost perfect, but... alright. So... the bridge is horribly... yeah, that bridge was not in a good place, I will be real with you. And then... come on. So we're just aiming for that waypoint there. Come on. Torque! Torque! There we go. Nope. Keep going. Keep going. And... alright, so we're... hopefully we're close enough that... hopefully we're close enough that I don't need to take anything out of the vehicle. There we go. Let's see how we go. Yeah! 640 ceramic to go. We just need to find 640 ceramic, and then this road is gonna be done, baby! Alright, so... where in the world is the... hang on. So, smoke mill is down there. Oh, we can mine some ceramic. Okay, so... what we'll do is, we'll go down... we'll try and go down there. Should be like a lickety-split, race to the bottom with that. Alright, let's see how we go. Ow! Fuck you.
Boy, that must hurt.
All right, 640 material. So we don't need everything from the what's-a-mahoozy. We just need 640. Oh, hello. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. How's it going? You doing good? Alright, this thing isn't doing too hot on the, Let's do some cargo management. So, ceramic, you're gonna go into the carrier. That way we can, you know, we can sprint this nonsense. Structure dismantled by a considerate BT? Excuse you? Alright, grab the Chiral crystals, because we need that to be able to charge the carrier that we've got. You doing good? How am I doing? I'm doing fairly alright. I am enjoying my diet break. I'm trying not to go too crazy with it, though. So, one of the things I had, like, over the weekend was some raw cookie dough, which was absolutely fantastic. I have not had raw cookie dough in over a year, and, like, you know, definitely wouldn't be able to have it on my diet. So to be able to have it and, like, you know, just go nom 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 on some chocolate chip was great. Raw cookie dough, you've never tried it? Make sure you have it when it's cold, because they do not recommend you eating raw cookie dough because of the danger of salmonella poisoning. So you can go for, like, cookie dough and ice cream, because normally those are safe. But yeah, be mindful that if you just get raw cookie dough from, like, the grocery store and you, like, rip a piece off and eat that, there's always, like, from what's raw. Yeah, the because there's, like, you know, raw flour and egg involved in cookie dough. All right, let's see what this road is like. I am a major contributor to this road, I feel like. I want to know where it leads. Show me the road. All right. Okay. I'm like, all right. So it's down from the sawmill, and then it just abruptly stops. I'm sorry. What? It just stops. Excuse me? What do you mean it just stops? It just abruptly stops. No. You don't... What the... Where in the world? Well, I gotta find out where the next one is. Hang on. Let me use this watchtower real quick. So there's this...
Show 'em how it's done.
Like... There's a... Alright, so there's a bridge there, or not a bridge, but there's a ladder there that's being used as a bridge, but I don't see... Oh wait, there it is! There's the auto paver. Alright. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Hang on. Let me just dink, dunk.
Come on, Sammy boy.
Alright, good thing this bridge is here. There we go.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Thank you. Like... Also, I'm gonna grab that lifelong meal, just in case. You just had a healthy wrap for dinner. It had low-fat cheese, avocado, cherry tomatoes. Ooh. That is honestly delicious as fuck. Is that part of your diet? That's honestly really good. Shit. Man, you're lucky. My diet was just, here's a chocolate shake. Here's a vanilla shake. Here's a coffee-flavored shake. That's all my diet was. It is. Originally had turkey slices. Ah, nice.
How you doing, Sam?
Hey!
Alrighty, so grab you. Alright, so there's an auto-paver there. And it looks like there's another auto-paver over in that direction as well. Alright, let me pick you up. And then pick you up. That way we're able to, you know, supply some chiral crystals. Alright. And metal. You're having better eating habits and you're finding yourself not having to snack? Honestly, that's really good. Like, because snacking is, like, okay in moderation, but that only really works if you have, like, really small meals. And really that just turns into, rather than having, like, 3 big meals in the day, you have, like, you know, 5 little ones or something like that. But what you're doing right now, good stuff. Also, is there a way for me to... Yeah, let's get, Is there a... Yeah, let's have you carried on my back, because we don't need you taking up any of my, chiral what's-mahoozies. Especially since we're not carrying anything. Alright, and then we can use you to charge up.
Thank you, God. Thanks for the help.
There we go. Alright. Alright, let's see. Can we safely make our way down? Alright, so there's the next auto-paver there. So I'm guessing this thing does like a weird loop to the lone guy? Alright, carry you on the back as an easy one. Be mindful of the fact that, you know, the cargo is fragile. And then... Yep, so there's the lone commander. So we could probably go to the lone commander for some of this material here. Holy shit! 5,000 material? 5,400 for the metal. 5,760 for the ceramic. Oh my goodness. I don't even have the chiral for the, I don't even have the chiral crystals for this thing. This must make a lot of the road. Alright. The Aussie Highway. Goodness gracious. So, we got an Aussie Highway that's gonna go here. And then no doubt is gonna be like, you know, looping around or something like that, because it's just gonna go bam, bam, probably to get to him. All of that, probably to avoid BT area. Hi there, Benru. Whole meals will definitely help lose weight faster than snacks. The trick is, when hungry, to make meals that are protein and fiber rich rather than reaching for what's easy. Understandable. Makes absolute sense. Benru is very knowledgeable on these things. Alright. Fuck. Chiral. I'm gonna need so much chiral for just the roads, and then there's metals and ceramic. Like, goodness gracious. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put down a thing of being like, hey, it would be nice to have materials here, but probably wouldn't have worked out for me. Alright, so there's special tools here for him. There we go. I didn't really bring anything else with me as, like, field tools, so... Yeah, because he's, like, right there. Okay, okay. Alrighty.
Hey, you're back.
Hey, mine's heavier.
Alright, deliver all this nonsense. Skip this.
Out in the... You just...
Yeah, we don't quit.
I don't know where you find the energy to do all this work.
Ah, we're not gonna get that 5th star very easily, are we? Hey, but we got our serviceman to 51.
It is health. Mind your footing on the steep. Don't want you going wrong.
Nah, don't want to roll down the hill. Alright, let's see. Do we have... Alright, so that's West Fort Knott, Western Environment. Recycle you. Because, yeah, I'm going to need a vehicle to, like, probably do way more of the, what's-a-mahoozy? Alright, can I do something about the Magellan from here? Yes, I can.
Please select a destination.
Destinations that Tarman is deemed to be safe are marked with the icon. Select and then move the Magellan there. Okay, so we can have the Magellan either go down to the governor's base, or the observatory, or back at the plate gate. So he's not safe here. So we're gonna need a... We're best getting down to the governor's place. And by the time we get down to the governor's place anyway... Like... Oh. I totally forgot about the dooms. Pick you up, because you might be good for a quick getaway. There's just a random bridge there. We might grab you to help get an easy like from the governor. Nemesis man, thank goodness, my beloved. An earthquake. A gate has struck in the area east of the mine, north of F6. Oh, it's no longer raining. Never mind. That was easy. Worried there for a minute. Thank you for the resin. And then... Dun, 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 dun. Man, there must have been a lot of buildings here. Alrighty. Noble Rot Wine. Alright, so that's the next thing we need to get. It's right there as well. Oh! I totally forgot about this thing. Alrighty. The good news is that while I'm on this vehicle, I can just pick up things. Like, it is a vehicle, but it's a vehicle that allows me to just pick up things willy-nilly. Like, observe. So as I just get closer to this, there we go. I can just zonk grab it. It's great. Go. Down you. I thought I could make... I thought that wouldn't have been a dangerous jump, but I guess it was. Go. Alright. So, not a perfect delivery, but it's still a return. Yeah, 3 and 5%. Not great, but you know, better than nothing.
Hey there. Thanks for stopping by.
Love the Aussie flag on the bunker. Yeah, he's the governor. He was part of the government. Or is trying to, you know...
Managed to bring it in.
Hey, look at that. We get ourselves a 4th star, giving us large spare ammo container level 2. Its capacity is the same as the level 1, but it takes up less space, using additional ammo containers while further increasing his ammo capacity. Fantastic. Love it.
Your allocation of materials has been increased. Our way of repaying you for your help.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
It's a miniaturized version of the wouldn't have got a lot.
Okay, I need to go to the bathroom, Mommy. I'm so sorry. Chat, I need a piss. I really, really need a piss. So we're gonna do a quick advertisement break. Is there a way for me to just run the advertisement? Because it looks like there's an advertisement coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna run the advertisement right now.
Muscles when you got a gun. Crew we sent is dead. Restaurant's all shot to hell.
Step your cry. Then have a conversation.
Ah. There we go. Standing mode. Here we go. Did we defeat the darkness this time? Oh, you get one good howl. Spin! You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. For 1 hour, which allows us to level up. Cause yeah, look at us going. Look at us blitzing through all this shit. Gonna be absolute. Nope, we're good. Thank you for the hyper himbo, Arandaho. I appreciate it. Alrighty, let's head back to Nocturne and let's get ourselves an artifact, and then we'll head back over to the Cloud Ruler Temple, and we're probably gonna give up a artifact that's, you know, level up, swelling up. Times. cheeky turn in through the gas station. Can I take all this zebra chat? My fanboy ass thinks it can take it. In a fight, right? In a fight, right? New prediction. Question provided by... by Godless. Oh, wait, I missed my turn. Hang on. I need to turn back around. You distracted me. Did everyone else go for a bathroom break while I was gone? Hopefully everyone else went for a bathroom break while I was gone and it wasn't just me. Alright. Ooh! A series of Outback sniper adventure novels. Or... oh, yeah, we wanted to pick this one up because this one would have been a bit of a tricky one to do otherwise. So we can do the lightweight sniper. We got a silenced tranquilizer. And then we put onto our backpack. Cargo management, the resin. Wait, why can't I do it? Oh, it's in my private locker is why. Okay. Can I do anything about this resin? I'll place that in the private locker as well. So yeah, because I don't need that resin. Alright, let's go. I mean, you just got here. I can go if you have... No. You're welcome to stick around, Mango. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I hope you're doing alright. Alright, now we need to deliver something to West Fort Knox. So long as I don't crash, this should be a reasonably good delivery. So yeah, welcome. We've been doing a lot of silly side questing nonsense. I learned that there's like an Aussie highway that goes off in the, like behind us. So hang on a sec, if I open up the map again. So there's this Aussie highway here, which was doing quite a bit, but then it stops here. Turns out there's another piece of the Aussie highway here, and then around the bend here as well. And you need a lot of resources. Like, so much resources. So that's probably going to be something that I'm going to be doing in my off time. Ooh! Wait, Mango Moonstar? No, that's not you. I thought Mango Moonstar was you, but you're Mango Root Beer. Entirely different naming scheme. I got too excited. I'm sorry. Yeah. Ding. And ding. Alrighty. I'm gonna need to double check. Do I have any cargo? West Knot. Oh yeah, no, I have the Western Observation thingy-majiggy, so let me do a quick detour into here. There we go. That way I can deliver the thing. You don't even have the game. I do plan to get it though. Well, that's good. I think it's a wonderful game. My personal opinion, I think it's good. All right, so we return that stuff.
Oh, hey. Hold. I don't know where you found this. I'm sure...
Glad I was able to help you out there. Ah, so close. I most likely need like 5,000 likes from this guy to get it like max leveled. All right.
Well, we've both got... Let's get at it, huh?
Yep. Ayo, Big Zeebs. Hope you're doing well. Hi there, Lunatic Luke Lupine. Welcome. Saw you during a muscles fur me, but was a bit too shy to poke ya. Not to worry. I've not gone to the... Like, are you talking about the hyper muscle fur meetup on VR chat? I do go to those. I don't go to them often, mind you, because normally I kind of like poop myself out in terms of VR chat meetups like the day before for Unnamed and Solos one. But oh, hang on. Accelerate. There we go. Let's try and get through this faster. But yeah, so I usually just sort of sit there, and if there's like, you know, fun conversation to have or something like that, I will get into it. Because I love going into VR chat for hanging out, conversing kind of reasons. So maybe there's a topic people are talking about, and it hits that tism in me, and I'm like, I need to talk about this more. Let's talk about it. Oh, another environmental observatory there. So yeah, I reckon, yeah, this game, there's definitely a lot of potential for offline grinding. There is so much potential for offline grinding. The mixture of either trying to get more of the road made or doing additional deliveries to try and get up to 5 stars. I am very much enthusiastic about that. I cannot see who was meant to get that delivery, so we'll just leave that as that and continue making our way here. Oh, that's annoying. I just drove like straight into an invisible wall. God damn it. I thought I could cut through there. How much did that break? %? Shit. That sucks. All because of an invisible wall. Oh, if I could do that delivery again, I would. God damn it. Shit, if it wasn't for that crash, that would have been a perfect order. Come on.
We appreciate your effort. Found some of our missing stuff, did you?
The missing stuff I don't care about. Like, come on. That would have been a good S rank.
We appreciate you stop. It must be dangerous when you don't have the...
God damn you.
Order completed. Well done.
Threat level of the brigand base north of the thingamajiggy has... And the threat level will increase. Fuck it. You get the vital thingamadiggy.
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated.
Donate or claim cargo for yourself. Let's have a look. So the governor base, lone commanders. So lost cargo, don't really care for. That's the level 3 battle skeleton. That is annoying. Alright, where's the... Okay, so the DHV Magellan I need to go to next. God damn you, Magellan! If you weren't in my way, I would have done a perfect delivery then! Actually, is there a way for me to load, like, a previous save? That would be nice. Yep, nope, that looks like I can do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna load up that previous save. 'Cause, yeah. 'Cause that was bull. That was complete bull. 'Cause, like, if I look at... not the aid. If we look at the, orders... And then if I go to cargo management, you can see there's no damage. Thank you for the follow, Epic Duck. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I am a zebra. Hi. I'm a zebra. I'm a zebra making deliveries. So yeah, we are in the fantasy realm of Western Australia, where after the events of Death Stranding, the first one, Australia went through their own Death Stranding 2, And so we have now gone off to Western Australia and are trying to like connect people up to the chiral network. Now, rather than doing that nonsense right at the get-go, I have been fucking about for the last hour and a half doing additional like deliveries here and there that are, you know, not critical to the game's progression, but they're critical to me. Yippee, it's a very rare-ish site. Yeah, no, there isn't a lot of zebras out there. I don't know how many zebras are out there streaming, but there isn't that many. Like, I know of one other zebra, and I don't know if it's they or she. They are like a polychromatic kind of zebra as well, so they're not like just the standard black and white stripes like you see on me. They're like, you know, white base and, you know, multiple colored stripes. I'm a classic, you know, black and white stripes. All right, I need to remember not to crash into the Magellan. I need to not crash into the Magellan. I need to... All right, so I need to take a right here. There we go. And then we take a left. Oh. I'm sorry, did this... Did I just crash again? Container damage. Okay, cool. 1% damage. That's fine. The container... I'm fine with the container taking on damage. It is not the end of the world if the container took in a little bit of damage. If the contents took damage, I would have been so upsetties. You really want some art of my Sona, but you don't got monies? It's a regular problem, isn't it? There's a lot of things that I would like, and most of that can be solved by being a suspiciously wealthy fur, but at this point in time, I am not a suspiciously wealthy fur. I am merely... I am a full-time, like, desktop support zebra who plays through, like, games that they like in their spare time. That's my thing. Also, why do I have this thing?
Good evening. I say that
Never
you're
mind.
still out working late into the night.
For real, I'd have decided on one of, like, 2020. Yes!
Unreal.
There we go.
Found some of our missing stuff, did you? I thought this was gone for good.
Return cargo in pristine condition, return civilians, lost cargo. Nice. You have a lot of Sonas and you get new ideas for new ones daily. Oh, I am not that clever. Like, I used to do writing in the get-go, but I do not have, like, the mental fortitude to make, like, new personas or anything like that. Many of the characters I will think up are, like, throwaway characters for, like, you know, a novel idea or something like that, but I never put the commitment into, you know, writing anymore. I used to try and do writing, but it's been a long time, and I'm just... Yeah, it's not in me. Alrighty. Keep the motorcycle there. Let's head to the bridge. Because it looks like I can go to the bridge for something. You want to be able to shift, but you also want to be unique. Fair, fair. Oh, nice! I was wondering where the what's-a-mahoozy went during a, brain during travel. I thought it was going to go down, not through.
Hey, Sam.
Hi, Fragile.
I have updates for you, if you have time.
I take it you've learned more about Lou?
We followed up on the message.
Gonna swap back to sitting mode right now.
About how there was another BB-28, not Lou, who, according to the records, was decommissioned 4 years ago. The first time you and Lou met was about 2 years ago now, when you were entrusted with the BB previously issued to Bridges Corp's disposal.
Yep, okay.
And together, the two of you made it all the way across North America.
Deadman and everyone else at Bridges, they all called Lou BB-28.
Right. Because that was Lou's serial number. You see, we found the records for the BB storage facility. By cross-referencing the data, we confirmed that after BB-28 was decommissioned 4 years ago, Lou was assigned the same designation and placed into storage.
Okay, so
what you're telling me is that instead of getting a new serial number, Lou inherited an old one?
As for Lou's mother, following the C-section, it seems she passed away.
But...
And that pretty much is the extent of our recent discoveries.
I thought the point of the bridge baby was that the mothers were in comas and such.
Makes sense that Lou was kept in reserve. But we still have no idea who approved the serial number reassignment, much less why they did it.
Higgs said there were things I didn't know. Maybe this is what he was talking about.
I think it could be.
I want to know everything about Lou.
So them is
You're playing his games.
Very early, similar. You look
Jason
sad,
after the
but
past
just
is
be
what
off.
Higgs
It's like
wants you
this
to
isn't
do.
me. That's a crazy design feature of your persona.
I need to know where Lou came from. I have to know.
If you're sure, Sam, I'll keep digging.
Excuse me,
In the
throat.
meantime, you should get plenty of rest before your next mission.
My gear is really worn down. Being out and about. I fiddle with this, with like my beard hair a lot, but you don't see it. You don't see me like, you know, scratching my chin or anything like that because the hand gets outside of the view of tracking. All right, are we gonna get another nightmare, Sam? Show me the nightmare. Nope, never mind. We just get, you know. Get up.
Sam, it's Charlie. A new order is now ready for you. I'd also like to brief you on your next destination. And I believe that Fragile wants to have a word as well. Visit the delivery terminal.
Sam, it seems Tarman decided to leave a few books for you. Right there, by your bed. Reading is a wonderful way to take your mind off things. Trust me.
And one of them I can see in the corner is Moby Dick. Motherfucker gave us Moby Dick. Sam is a fucking weapon for just sculling these things with like barely a care. It's iced tea. It's just tea of all things. All right. Let's have a look at the books we got. Oh. Who's that? So that's Tarman on the left.
Tarman's son. He must have placed a photograph in here for safekeeping.
Huh.
This is an important memento. Why don't we go and take it to him?
Oh, seriously? He's just gonna... Okay. Hang on. Let's read the book again. We're gonna see the photo. Oh no, we get a different book?
On a dark night in May 1816, 3 men and 2 women found themselves confined to...
Dollman, why are you reading this out for me?
A catastrophic volcanic eruption had wrought havoc on the global climate, and a relentless rain hammered down outside. With little else to do, the occupants of the villa decided to compose ghost stories. And it was on this fateful night that a woman named Mary penned what would become Frankenstein. Mary, who was only
Marianne.
18 years of age, had already lived a tumultuous life. She was engaged in an affair with the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley at the time, whom she would later go on to marry. A dramatic retelling of these events was committed to film prior to the Death Stranding. Titled Mary Shelley, it stars Elle Fanning in the lead role. Now, where have I heard that name before?
I imagine Ellie Fanning is gonna be in this game, and they're gonna be somehow important to the plot or something like that. All right, hang on. Is it gonna give me the Moby Dick book again? Yes, it is. Awesome.
Moby Dick, or The Whale, seems to be one of Tarman's favorite novels.
Did you ever think about when people tell you to hold your horses, they want you to be stable?
A whale named Moby Dick.
I have never thought of that. I never thought of the translation as to like why we use hold our horses and all that kind of nonsense.
He's obsessed with getting revenge against the whale, which he hates with a terrible passion, all while nursing the phantom pain of his lost leg. In the end, Ahab fails to exact vengeance on his foe and is dragged into the sea. His crew's only survivor is Ishmael, the book's narrator. He was rescued after clinging desperately to a coffin-shaped life buoy. That's right, a coffin was his savior. Ironic, isn't it? How you use a thing makes all the difference.
Did you ever think about the fact that 6 without S is 9? Nah, didn't either. Benru, what's going on? Also, can we get the photo again?
The gathering of storytellers that spawned Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
The vampire.
A physician named Polidori was also, as I may have mentioned before, the summer of that year was unusually cold. Could it be that a widespread fear that the world might be coming to an end?
Cool. But where's the photo? I don't want to sleep. Got the sink there. All right, hang on. So we got the grenade pouches there. That one we can recycle. And then we can fabricate the spare ammo number 2. There we go. And then what's another component we can make? An electric shock absorber. Uh-huh. And then we have a chiral anti-gravity device. Honestly, that would be pretty fucking wicked. Can I rotate the... Yes, I can. Awesome. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll rotate you. And then... rotate you. And then... there we go. I'm gonna put you down there. And then I'm gonna put you over there. That way I can move you down here. Alright, hopefully when we get other components, we'll have a good time. Alright, is there any new looks we can use with you? Desert camo, black camo, and normal camo. Dollman's outfit is fine. Drawbridge, the Kojimas. Alright. You're just making some dad jokes. Okay, okay. Alright, what's Doll Man gonna tell us?
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning.
Why don't you try freshening up with a shower? There are organisms in this area that I don't believe I've ever laid eyes on before. My understanding is that they're called chiral creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Apparently, they will drain your batteries if you come into contact with them. There may be other deleterious effects for all we know. And really, you shouldn't be bothering them anyway. There's nothing to be gained from it. It's not like they drop coins when defeated.
Yeah. Would be nice if they did drop coins when defeated. Alright, let's go for the shower. Save water. Limit showers to 5 minutes? Nuh-uh. We're not gonna limit showers to 5 minutes. We're gonna go for the full amount if we can. Jesus, how much work did they do on these shower scenes? $80 chiral crystal extracted from Sam's bodily fluids. You have showered and cleaned up. Sam's sunburn has healed.
Nothing like a warm I don't really...
Yep, let's head to the surface. Let's continue on with our missions. I thought we could find the photo again, but it doesn't look like we can, so... Alright, what's the next memory?
The extraction was successful. It was transferred to a sterilized pod and sent to a separate facility. Ready to proceed with corpse disposal? 1.
Okay. So... weird. I still don't think it's like a normal baby's memories. It's something else entirely different. Alright, let's have a look. We can't take on any deliveries. Share cargo with porters. Alright, I'm gonna be real. We're gonna pick up some of that stuff there. Because those 2 pieces will be very useful. And then... those 2, not so much. 2, 3, 4. If there wasn't, like, timefall to deal with, maybe. Alright. Here we go. Because if we can get it to that tectonic plate... the tectonic plate guy is, like, really close to being done as well. Like, I reckon once we get... it will be enough to, like, get him up to 5 stars. And I'm really curious if it's just gonna be another, like, you know, if it's gonna be like in Death Stranding 1, where they just give you a star to put on your, like, leggings, or if there's gonna be something else involved. Also, what the fuck was that? Oh, hello. I will definitely grab you. Nothing worthwhile there. Let's have a look. Oh, hello. You're nice. Thank you. Premium shirt. I'll pick you up in a short minute. Oh, but the compact surveillance camera, however, that's a good thing to pick up. I'll probably need to double check whether or not the the Marauders base is still problematic. I don't think it is. We might be fortunate enough to... Alright, so there's the premium shirt. I reckon we'll get plenty of likes, and we'll probably get us up to 5 stars with that guy. It's doing the beepy noise when you go in reverse. That's funny. It's not a high-pitched beep, but it's still a burp, burp, burp. Alright, grab you. Okay, looks like everyone is still unconscious. Nice. Metals and resin. Alright, let me just have a look at this and see. Was there anything else we can get for the thingamadiggies? Hi there, Ixenru. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I am a nerd, but what does that make you watching the nerd? Alright, so the mule doesn't really have anything for us. But I will load that onto our bike. Alright, now to figure out where the next, because there should be... Yeah, so there's the next mule thingamadiggy should be over here in a disguise or something like that. There should be like a hologram trying to hide it. There it is. Alright, let's see if there's... Alright, let's see if we got anything for the research facility. Because once we give it to the So yeah, because I reckon we have enough for the research facility to, like, actually, Yep. Teabag should be enough. Sure, let's place it on our suit. Hi, Ernezak. Welcome to the stream. I am just, you know, paddling on with my, Death Stranding 2. We haven't gone much further into the story. We're still into Chapter 3. And I've accidentally, you know, had the easily damaged fragile cargo get damaged because I took a jump, of all things. So that's unfortunate. That was my bad. But it was a recovered item. It wasn't like, you know, something that was, it wasn't like from a delivery itself. So I'm not too annoyed by that. These are just like freebie pickups and what have you. And then, here we go. Deliver and report. Oh yeah, the combat surveillance camera took a big hit. That's a shame. All right.
Hey Sam, it's nice of you to pay us a visit. We'd already written this off as lost. You've made everyone's day bringing it in.
Alright. Let's see. Do we get up to the maximum? Yeah! 5 stars! Let's go! So, because of the 5 stars, we get the hologram data for Peter Gates. And then we get a backpack patch. You can now rest and recover at this facility. Do we get any new...
We want to reward you for your service by allowing you to use more of the materials we have stored on site.
That's a lot of materials we have available. And then we returned other Porter's stuff.
Now displaying your current Porter grade.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Would have been good to have like additional like buildable things, but that's still all right.
Since the very first time this show...
It's not essential to get up to 5 stars with these guys, thankfully. It's just a, you know, if you want.
We've seen this area undergo some amazing changes. If you're ever in need of a place to rest, we'll keep an eye out for you.
Yep.
Order completed. Well done.
Alright, is there any orders we can take on here? Hazardous materials, delivering metals. Not really. I don't want to deal with, like, hazardous materials right now. Alright. Let's have a look. So Omega Respark wants field gear. So let's offload you and you. And then send cargo. There we go.
Thank you so much.
I had spare cargo, so I might as well like offload it and such. Yeah. God, they make this place beautiful. Like, look at this. If there was a way to just like auto drive for like a quick minute, that would be great. Yeah. Beautiful. So yeah. Alright, let's do a... Also, that road that's up there going up the hill or the mountain, I put that there. There's way more material we're gonna need for that hill, but I'm not gonna do that in this stream because otherwise then it's gonna be a little bit boring, and I can already sense there's a few people that are just sort of, you know, idling in the chat. I want to like find something to talk about though. That's the other thing as well. I probed about the Amazon Prime stuff because I've been getting the advertisements and such, and it's very, very tempting to purchase peripherals because, you know, government is going to give me back a little bit of money, which is nice. But the thing is that if I do use money, I am most likely going to be dipping into my savings in order to purchase the things that I would like to have, even if it's on, like, you know, a deep discount. You're fine in watching your streams? Yeah. Appreciate it, Benru. You're not good at holding conversation? Fair enough. You can always just prompt a weird question, something related. I know some people go for, like, completely random stuff, and I'm like, I have no idea. But, oh, damn it. Reverse, and bonk. Trank rifle. Okay, so that's just... Yeah. The Lone Commander, whoever is going to do the Lone Commander stuff, they're going to have so many packages to be able to deliver.
Environmental observatory. Like its Western counterpart, this observatory is a critical facility that will help us to monitor the changes taking place in the Australian environment. To bring it online, you'll have to navigate the canyon to the northeast of your current position. But before that, you'll need to link up another site.
If I had a big titty GF, would you want her to be bigger or smaller than myself? Ooh.
You to link up is called Rainbow Valley.
Okay, personal pref, I would go for smaller. I would want someone small. I'm fine with the idea of a short stack. I love that. Like, I know some people would love to be a short king, but I'm like average size. I don't want to be a short king to someone. I wouldn't mind if the big titty girlfriend is bigger than me, but if I had the option between a bigger, larger or smaller big titty girlfriend, I'd go for the smaller of the big titty girlfriend. All right, return that. Skip this. So yeah, that's my personal preference. So, but I'm not desperate for companionship like, or I at least know that I shouldn't be petty or desperate for it. I know that much. So, there's that.
Order completed. Well done.
I don't know how some people do it, where they just, you know, surprise themselves into a relationship. Alright, so we need to deliver all terraforming equipment to Rainbow Valley. So it looks like we're gonna go onto the road here and then make our way across. That's probably the better way to do it, so we'll cross into the river, like, at a later time. That's probably how we want to do it, because what we can do is we can follow the auto-paver. We'll probably catch wind of another auto-paver there. So, yeah, that one's fully upgraded. So the one that's, like, here will no doubt need, like, a couple thousand. Alright. Rather than using the trike, let's go for a pickup off-roader. There we go. And then let's customize the vehicle. So give it 2 additional batteries. And let's change the colors. Let's go for... let's go for orange and white. Take out from the garage. Is carrying storage. Will transfer its cargo to your private locker. That's fine by me. Alright, load it into the pickup. Cargo management, so you can... I don't know about you. You can stay... yeah. Ladder, climbing hook, bola, and tranq rifle. You can go into my backpack. You can be recycled. As can you. Blood bag, recycle you as well. Alright, let's have a look. So, I feel if she were bigger than you or the same size as you, then the battling titties might get in the way of smooches. Nah, I'm more petty than that is all. Oh, I've already got a tranq rifle. Okay, weird. Assault rifle in the tool rack, grenades. I'm about as good as can be. Can I... and then I can fabricate equipment. Alright, let's head out. So yeah, it would be tempting doing road pavement while doing this delivery, but let's not make it too busy for ourselves. So, the additional batteries will be helpful for us. Alright. Okay, I might be at the wrong thing. Where is... oh, the road is there. I'm a fool. So yeah, trucks are gonna be better for like long haul sort of stuff. And then the motorcycle is probably our best option if we're gonna be like exploring a little bit and, you know, deciding to pick things up on the way to and fro places. N7 Mamba. Alright, so... Wait, did I contribute to any of this at all? No, I did not. Okay, so I saw my profile icon and I thought I was for a minute, but that doesn't seem to be the case here, so... We'll try not to overpower ourselves. Alright, so there's one auto paver. There we go. We're gonna stay on this side of the road. Because I have a sense that if we try and cross the road too soon, then we're gonna be dealing with like a lot of like hilly region. So it's gonna be better trying to stick to the left side of the river and then crossing when we're closer to the base. Doesn't look like we have two... Break. Go. Oh, plant samples. Okay. So that's on that side.
Huh. So that's the place, huh?
Alright, let's cross this. Easy enough. Rainbow Valley. And we get dropped right in front of it. There we go. No damage whatsoever. This is great. Ah, sorry, brain. Brain, throat. I used to be good. I used to be good at this. I used to be good at the long hours.
Sam?
Oh my god, it's a cowboy.
Bridge has finally come to the valley? Oh, thank you.
He's wearing a Stetson and everything.
It's an honor to welcome you here.
Howdy. Is he gonna sound like a cowboy, or is he just gonna be? Yeah! S rank, that's what we want to see.
Perfect, even.
Help us bring Australia into the network. Complete episode 3 drawbridge. Okay, so episode 3 is done at this point.
We'll be hoping to see more of you in the future.
Glen Rain.
The Cupid, yeah? Okay then, let's do this.
Alright. Show me the fella. Show me what this madman looks like. If he looks like Bob Catter, that would be hilarious. The Americans might not know who Bob Catter is, but if you type in like 1,000 Blossoms Bloom, you're gonna get a politician who gives his opinions about same-sex marriage and LGBTQIA rights, and he's just like, let 1,000 blossoms bloom for all he cares. Alright, so we got Rainbow Valley. There we go. Oh, cool, the Magellan is right over there. A tar cannon. What the? No, Sir Dragon, not the lever! Darn you. A device primarily used to extinguish fires by dousing them with a jet of decontaminated tar, but which can also knock humans unconscious and suppress smaller enemies. Deploy the cannon to fix it to the ground and replenish its tar supply, but be warned that the tar it excels has a restorative effect on catchers. Okay.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Heavy lifter. Deliver cargo weighing a total of 2 tons. Oh, nice. Long distance lugger. Reach a total distance of 80 kilometers upon completion of an order. Nice.
The connection looks strong and steady to me. That cargo you brought along is going to make a world of difference, too. It'll allow us to proceed with our terraforming initiative. Hopefully, no more towns will have to suffer the fate of the one down below us. Oh, we've shared our tar cannon data with everyone, by the way. I suspect you'll find it useful in your own work. Try it out. See if it suits your needs. Tar cannons are invaluable pieces of equipment that we use to combat forest fires. While fires are a common occurrence in this region, water is a precious resource.
Also, they're not called forest fires, they're called bush fires.
Contained within the earth itself.
I know, I understand what he's conveying, but I have not heard an Australian refer to the fires here as forest fires. I have heard to them refer to it as bush fires.
Use it on the go as well, but you'll be unable to refill its tar reservoir while doing so. If you find yourself caught in a wildfire, you'll need to figure out when to shoot and when to move in order to make it out alive. This region was once filled with lush vegetation, over which birds soared and serenaded, until all that beautiful life fell prey to sudden desertification. We swore to do everything in our power to bring back what was lost. Around the time we got started, the APAC people showed up. With their help, we've been able to achieve a modest measure of success. But moving forward, we have to find a way to nurture and protect what little we have on our own.
Town below?
You probably passed the town I mentioned on your way up here. At a glance, it might have looked like nothing more than a cluster of massive boulders. But those were once buildings. Places where people used to live. As the desert kept creeping closer, the town was abandoned overnight. They'd been forced to evacuate. The few who were left behind became BTs. Still, at least the exodus went to plan. There are no void outs at any rate.
Okay.
Thanks for everything, Sam. You and Drawbridge have helped ensure that these lands will one day be filled with life again, however long it takes. In particular, that comrade of yours has performed absolute miracles for us. If you're looking to link up with them, you'll find them in the ravine on the other side of the river, directly opposite this shelter. Come back and visit anytime.
Right. Time to meet up with our comrade. Let's see. They should be around here somewhere.
Oh, okay, we can't, Alright, is there anything we can recycle? I'll at least recycle the tranq rifle. And then keep the shotgun, climbing anchor. Okay, I don't need 2 climbing anchors. 2 ladders I will definitely perhaps need. Alright, that should be good. Alright, let's find out where our buddy is. Alright. How fortunate we got ourselves a, upgrade structure, give him some chiral. There we go. Dum 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 dum. Who do you think we're gonna meet? Okay, that guy just has a lot of fucking batteries on his truck. Oh, okay, so we're really close to another guy for deliveries. So this is a weapon restricted area. Or did they lift the weapon restrictions? Okay, you are fucking insane for being in the rain and actually having parts of your... What in the world? Are you aware of Timefall, lady? What the... Huh? What? Okay, so she's reversing the timefall? How the f... That's new. Hi. How the fuck did you do that?
I really couldn't say. I certainly haven't ever seen her dance like that before.
It won't be long till happiness steps up to greet me.
Go on, Sam. Follow her into that facility.
It's just a random fire hydrant there, but we can't interact with it for whatever reason. Hello. That's a lot of green. It's like a Venus flytrap. Aww. Oh, she's pregnant. Either that or a really big lunch. Okay, her name is either gonna be
Thanks for coming, Sam.
Rain. God damn it, Rainy.
You're the picture of health, Rainy.
You too, little man.
A girl dancing in the rain. What are we gonna call her? Rainy.
Timefall.
Kojima, you bastard.
Fragile.
Can't wait to see you again.
What are we waiting for, Sam? Let's head to the DHV Magellan.
So, I'm guessing because of her ability to, like, reverse the time fall on people, she must have been why Fragile's body doesn't have, like, all the time fall effect on her from the neck down. Because in the previous game, she had, like, all this time fall nonsense happen to her because of the events of prior to Death Stranding 1, because of Higgins. So, but in Death Stranding 2, as we saw, she didn't have, like, things with her hands or her body, so...
Hi.
That must have been because of Rainy, of all peeps.
Nice to meet the old-fashioned way. Carograms are great, but nothing beats a hug. Well, I'm sure you already know. This is Rainy. She's a good friend of the cause.
It really is a pleasure to meet you, Sam.
Nice to meet you too.
Glad to see you in good health.
And it's so good to see you all again.
All right, the DHV Magellan is able to travel again. Up and at 'em.
Sam, Charlie here. You may now undertake your next assignment. You can find the relevant main order by accessing the delivery terminal in Rainbow Valley.
Drink up. That way we have additional energy. There we go. All right, we got a new book we can read. Ah, it's Tarman's photo.
That's Tarman's son. He must have placed the photograph in here for safekeeping.
Let's help. Let's give it back to him.
This is an important memento. Why don't we go and take it to him?
Absolutely.
I found this picture in your book. Is this your son?
It's weird to see him without his glasses.
Thank you. Yes. He's still out there somewhere, borne along on the currents. With this right hand of mine.
Oh.
It's due to my connection with said missing piece that I can read the movements of the tar. Something akin to a phantom pain.
No one needs to know, they say, as the memory gone, da 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 da. Kojima, you son of a bitch. Once again, hitting us with name drops.
You want to hear the story?
Sure.
Yeah, color me interested. I want to know.
I was both a medical doctor and a geophysics researcher once upon a time.
Okay.
In those days, the tar currents were a key focus of mine. This ship was originally built to facilitate my studies, in fact. The deep tar hunting vessel Magellan, we named it.
Ooh, this is a flashback.
Pursuing the creatures that thrive in the tar's depths.
Okay.
Another avenue of research, you might say. We called them chiral mammals, for lack of a better name. Seemed like the closest fit. Reckoned if we caught one, we could figure out all the mysteries. The tar, the tides, hell, maybe even the stranding.
Whoa, she's a big one.
Dip yourself in, son.
Tar's looking calm. I'll be fine, Pop.
Famous last words. One could say this is foreshadowing.
You seeing this?
There's something in it.
She's pregnant.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Pregnant. That might be it. Oh.
Hey, Pop. This is weird. Storm!
Okay. So he's gonna get affected by the time fall, isn't he? Yeah, he's getting hit by time fall here and there. Are those BTs? Oh, there. That's his hands. Oh, but he doesn't have enough reach. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's getting affected by the time flow.
I gotcha! I gotcha!
Was that a smash cut, like in his mind, or was that an actual, like, the storm just disappeared just as quickly?
And just like that, the tar took my boy, and my hand along with him.
Oh, and then there's just a weird flying cat thing? I think the storm just bit his hand off? Possibly? Like that's the thing I want to know. Was that like a cinema thing? Like, I thought so that's my question is like, was the smash cut from like, you know, once he had like the crack in his glasses, was that an indicator of like, oh, some sort of event happened that, you know, it removed the storm, it did the tar, and like, you know, the tar got calmed down and such? Or is that just more of a thing of we don't know how long Tar Man was holding on to his son? Because it could be either or in this universe. It could really just be oh, it was storming and then next thing you know, it's calm waters and such and I can't feel my hand. Or better yet, it could be a case of, oh yeah, he's holding on for however long it was until the storm did subside, and by the time the waters calmed and he was like, I can't feel anything, that he finally pulls his hand out and sees, oh, it's gone.
Little guy was my son reborn.
If I may ask a question, the hunters that attacked you after you caught
So yeah.
the mammal, are you sure they came from within the creature's womb?
Yes. That said, I'm not of the opinion that the hunters were its offspring.
Its womb merely served as a gateway to the other side.
Indeed. The tar and the beach are connected.
Okay. The cat's cute, though. The cat's kind of cool with the little wings. So yeah, how's it going on your side, Izzy? You doing good? Chat, you should go check out Izzy. She does amazing artwork. Honestly, amazing cutscene. Loved it. Let's see. We don't have any new components we can add. We could add a new patch. I'm all for adding a new patch. There we go. There we go. What do you gotta say, doll man?
I've known Tarman for quite a while.
Moderating Z's Discord call at the moment while waiting for my rice to cook.
Son in that fashion.
Sounds good.
Made me wish that I could do something, anything to ease his burden. But setting aside those feelings, suppose that cat of his is in fact his son reborn. Why does it treat me as though I'm a threat?
Because you're a tiny doll man is why.
Reincarnation or not, perhaps it's still a cat at heart. That sure looked good, Sam. I was glad to see Rainey in such high spirits. She's grown so bright and energetic, almost unrecognizable from our first meeting. A pity that her child shows no similar signs of development.
Okay, how long
Rainey
ago did
used
they
to be
meet?
much more quiet and withdrawn. She seemed averse to spending time with people. Dolls, too. It was singing and dancing that got her to open up. I'm something of a performer myself, though I've never showed anyone. The Rainbow Valley greenhouses are the product of our researchers' hard work. And thanks to you and me, those invaluable structures will endure for a good while yet.
Alright, okay. Sounds good.
I don't really have anything else to say right now.
Ah, fine. Okay. Alright, up to the surface we go. Beautiful. Oh, well, I can at least grab these samples, so... Yeah. It would be nice to... There's, like... I can't go out to eat or do events this week because I'm on call for work. But one of the things I would love to do is, like, go out, eat sushi, and go watch a film like Superman. Like, that is absolutely on my to-do list. Oh, hello, Charlie.
Your next order requires you to recover an escaped kangaroo, the subject of an important experiment.
Okay, I didn't know we could do that.
Is one where the chiral density is extremely high, meaning you'll need to get it back to the animal shelter ASAP to ensure its safety. This is a ticking clock situation, Sam. I'll brief you on the details while you review your map.
All right.
The main order from this delivery terminal when you're ready to get underway.
All right, deliver the plant samples, just so we can get like an easy like from this guy.
Now.
There we go. 66.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Okay.
Order completed. Well done.
All right, let's see. What's our next order? Deliver the test subject kangaroo to the animal shelter. All right. So we need to rescue a test subject kangaroo, and it cannot be submerged.
Charlie here. Since this is your first order involving the capture and preservation of animals, allow me to provide additional information. The kangaroo you're looking for is somewhere in this area. Once you've arrived, use your Odra deck to begin searching for the creature. You can transport the kangaroo in your standard issue animal carrier. No need to fabricate anything unique. Close enough to the kangaroo.
I don't have an animal carrier. The fuck are you talking about?
It will be a bulky piece of cargo, but you should be able to carry it on your back like any other container. However, you will need to traverse some heavily wooded mountains as well as rivers and uneven terrain. Bear this in mind when considering what equipment to take with you. All right, time to proceed with route planning and final preparations.
Let's go for... So I've already got 2 ladders, so we don't need another one. I'll bring the tar cannon with me. Because I feel like if they mention about a tar cannon here... Oh, it's an XL size! Eesh. Okay, was not expecting that. Alright, climbing anchor... Container spray, the shotgun, and the bola. Actually, no, we'll keep the bola on us. We'll get rid of the assault rifle. Yeah, they can go into the off-roader. That way, minimal items are kept there. And then that can go into... Can we attach it anywhere on the suit worthwhile? No. Oh, but the bola. Let's put the... actually, not the bola. Let's put the, U. Hang U on the tool rack. There we go. Alright.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Alright, it's probably not the best idea just to, you know, travel with a giant, truck. Oh, shit! Okay, I'm glad that I got the tar cannon, because I feel like...
We have a situation, Sam.
Yeah?
I'm tracking a fresh bushfire near the injured kangaroo's location. Clock's ticking. Secure the poor little bugger ASAP and bring the shelter onto the chiral network. Once the DHV Magellan can join you on site, we'll see what we can do about that fire.
Oh, shit. I got stuck! Ah! There we go. Shit! What the fuck? Alright, hang on, I need...
Look out, Sam! Fire! We need to get away from here as quickly as possible.
Hang on. Let me get the tar cannon out. Go. Fuck you, tiny fire. When it does a long range hit like that, it does look a little shittification.
Sam, it's impossible to put out the fire that's grown this massive. Escape is our only option. We need to find a way out and take it before it's too late.
Alright. Oh shit, the fire like spread to our car. Hang on a second. We need to get our car out of that situation and fast. Oh, fuck off. Of course you did. Alright, hang on. How bad is our cargo? Okay, so the container... So there's a bit of content damage, and the containers are all, like, destroyed. So we don't really have all the... Yeah, we don't exactly have the allowance for... Alright. Damn it, and after all the work I did on that truck... Alright, hang on. Use that tar. Here we go, here we go. Alright. What in the world? There's gonna be some huge thingy, isn't there? Seriously, goddamn. If Aussie Griffith, howdy, hi, how you doing? I am fighting a fucking fire. I am fighting a goddamn fire right now. Alright, get in the animal carrier, please. Damn it. Alright, hang on. Deploy you. Alright, let go. Alright, cargo management. So, climbing anchor, the bola gun, and shotgun, and the assault rifle. All of you are gonna get offloaded. And then we need to figure out how are we going to... Okay, so you have to be carried like that. You are gonna get offloaded. There we go. We need to make sure not to get that thing submerged. Yes, we're gonna be saving Skippy.
Time to make our getaway.
Alrighty, let's try and get out of here before...
This was marked as a dangerous location on your map, Sam. We could get trapped here by the bushfire. Let's keep moving to ensure that doesn't happen.
Where the fuck is it? There it is. Okay. And unfortunately, I did not keep... Alright. Is Counter-Strike rules going to apply here? No, they are not. God damn it. I thought if we threw a smoke grenade, then the smoke would, dissipate the fire, but it doesn't look like it's gonna do that, so... Alright. Off. Shit. Fuck. Alright, hang on. Let's see what happens when we...
Still not sure how we survived that. Anyway, we have a Cupid to connect, right?
Hopefully that doesn't damage the kangaroo. Let's see how we go. Alright, that's another blood bag emptied.
Good day, Sam. Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapon.
Good thing I had like 3 different pieces of try pissing on it, or did they not bring that over from one? I do not think... Oh, damn it, the thingamadiggy got damaged. Alright, hang on. Let's rethink this. So... The wildfire is probably going to shred to this... Yeah. Alright, so... Alright, hang on. Let me rethink our thingamadiggy. So the tar cannon, we're going to hang on that. Container spray, all that can be there. Bola gun, we're going to put you in the offloader because we don't need that. PWC... Gonna go in there as well, so then that way climbing anchor and that are fine. Alright. Alright, speed. Maybe leave the car behind? No. The car can get us places quickly if we drive fast enough.
What in the world?
Don't have me drive into a rock, damn you. I'm not gonna pick up the animal shelter feed because we're in a bit of a priority right now.
Clock's ticking. Secure the poor little bugger ASAP and bring the shelter onto the chiral network. Once the DHV Magellan can join you on site, we'll see what we can do about that fire.
Alright.
Look out, Sam! Fire!
Yes, I see it.
As quickly as possible.
Not my fault that it was there.
Sam, over there! I see the kangaroo!
Alright.
Close enough to put it in an animal carrier for transport.
Hang on. Place in the animal carrier. There we go. We need to be quick about this. Use vehicle. Damn it. All right. Okay, we can place it in the offloader. Oh, no. I think I saw it take damage when I did that, didn't it? Yeah, it took a bit of damage when I did that. Thankfully, it's only 1%, so we have the opportunity to... Come on, come on. Alright, there we go. No, do not get to the vehicle, you son of a bitch. God damn it! Drift forward, come on. Fuck it. Alright, rethinking this. Grab the kangaroo, place it on our back. Container spray is going to be useless. Tar cannon is going to be our best shot. Hello, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! I am fighting bushfires right now with the tar cannon. My dash food is here. That will be very useful.
To ensure that doesn't happen.
Steep slope detected. What do you mean, steep slope detected? It's not that steep of a slope. Damn it. It's only 1% of damage right now, so he's fine to some degree, but I need to get this thing. There we go. There we go. Alright, pick up. Stop exploding in front of me! Why must Australia get so many bushfires? I am not gonna be cooked in Western Australia right now for a fucking kangaroo. Fuck you, fire. You piece of shit. Deploy. Let's... Don't mind me as I douse this fire as best as I can, so I can get a running distance with you. Alright, pick you up. Did the car explode, or did you park it on a non-flammable? It's gonna explode. Fuck the car, okay? We're trying to save a kangaroo right now. We're 300 meters away. How's the kangaroo? Kangaroo is still good. Alright, let's try and get some... There you are. Hopefully we can make our way through there. Pick you up again. So yeah, also I don't think there's any non-flammable rocks. I think even the rocks are fucking flammable in this joint. 300 meters. All right. Oh, fuck off, all of you. Go. Try and get myself a little barrier. God, I was wondering, like, how the fuck is there gonna be bushfires in this game? And lo and behold, they just have, like, fucking whales, like, crashing out of the sky. Alright, 250 meters away.
Oh, I don't care what gender you are.
I can't be in a maid outfit, Blue. I'm busy being a firefighter in Western Australia using a tar gun. Oh my god. Fucking bushfire. There we go. Alright, so when it's like deployed like this, it has a much wider range and way more effective in putting out fires and what have you, which is good. And... Alright, I see an exit. There it is. Let's get moving.
Still not sure how we survived that. Anyway, we have a Cupid to connect, right?
Frills are very flammable. Yeah, see? Man named ScoMo found bumming around in Hawaii. Yeah, nah, fuck ScoMo. Alright, we made it out alive. Let's see if we can get here before the 15-minute part.
Good day, Sam.
What's some Mahoozies?
Credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted.
Give me my deliverable. There's only 1% of damage. I couldn't stop that. I already put the kangaroo in the car, and it didn't really help as well as I hoped. I feel you may be frustrated. I was frustrated with the fire. If there's anything worth being frustrated about, it's worth being frustrated about the fire. That was a valuable thing to, you know, get frustrated with. But yeah, I did it. Also, so sorry that I didn't give like a proper like thank you and shout out to Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. But yeah, I wanted to save the kangaroo, okay? You would appreciate that, wouldn't you? As a fellow Australian, you appreciate that I had my priority set to saving Skippy. They probably just disconnected to de-stress and what have you. Understandable. Alright, we put the animal shelter on the map. There's the Magellan. Who's Skippy? Skippy is a very popular, blah, 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 blah. Is a very popular kangaroo from popular media. That is a ominous sight. Hello, Rainy. Oh, by the by, her name is Rainy. You just gained 10 kilograms of white hair. So sorry to hear. Oh! Impressive powers, Rainy. So she must have dooms of some level in order to be able to do- Look at that! Look at that! Bilby!
Thank you.
I know my Australian animals.
Don't worry about the fire. Rainy will put it out for us.
Thank you. Timefall occurs from chiralium in the atmosphere getting into rain clouds, though after making contact, it reverts back to regular water. Yes, that is correct. You are absolutely correct about that. So...
No one wanted anything to do with me.
So yeah, it still raises the question as to how she's unaffected by the Timefall.
Until that day.
Wait a minute. This bridge is familiar.
I'm so sorry.
This is, it's like...
Hey there.
Oh, never mind.
You're Rainy, aren't you?
Okay, so it's not the same bridge. I was grasping at straws.
For you and your power.
You want my power? Why?
You're a pharmacon. Medicine that can harm, poison that can heal. It's all in how you use it.
Mm-hmm.
Want to come work for me? I believe you can save the world.
You do?
There are things only you can accomplish.
Only me. Really?
Really.
I wonder if the small detail of her hands having been, like, healed. Because, like, they looked wrinkly, like, before she grabbed her hand and such like that. I wonder if they got... Let's see. Oh, no, they're still wrinkly. Ah, but they get better.
I'm here for you. For both of you. I'll be your umbrella. And together we'll show the world the hope in your reign. Come on. We wouldn't want the baby to catch a cold. Come on.
I wonder if her, I wonder if her power is what's, like, stopping the baby from developing because of the events earlier. It damaged it. Damaged the offspring. How does she know pregnancy isn't showing yet? I think it was, well, because I think it was one of those cases of Fragile has connections to UCA intelligence. And as you saw with her shirt, she was like from the Bridget Foundation and said that she, even after she got pregnant, they still wanted her gone. So I think they got that information from, you know, prior records and shit.
Anyway, I'll check your orders now.
Yes!
Kangaroo seems to be in fine spirits. You took good care of it, I can tell.
Story of Rainy by Woodkid. And then we got another
I hope you'll
album.
continue to work with us.
Fantastic!
The kangaroo you rescued seems to be alright, thank goodness. Oh, she's so very special to us, and we're relieved to have her back in one piece. Once she's had a bit more time to recuperate, we'll move her to the reserve next door where you can visit anytime you like. By the way, we've uploaded our decoy hologrenade data to the network. You can trigger it remotely once thrown, creating a distraction that'll lure enemies away. It might just save your life if you run afoul of any troublemakers.
What's so special about this kangaroo?
We first found her in an area with high concentrations of chiralium. How wild animals are affected by prolonged exposure is something we still don't understand completely. But it's thought this may be a key factor in how chiral creatures come into existence. So, you can see why our wee girl would be an invaluable research subject. It's where we look after the animals in our care. The vegetation around here didn't die out like elsewhere, and we still have a reliable water supply. After we screen each animal in our underground facilities, we release them into the reserve and monitor their health over time. When that kangaroo you rescued is strong enough, we'll move her up top where she'll be able to stretch her legs. That being said, changes in the environment can have a profound impact on many species, causing never-before-seen creatures to appear, throwing the ecosystem into chaos.
Chaos.
Which is why we strive to preserve native animals here for future generations.
Alright, I'm heading out.
Sam, you really helped us out. At this rate, we're poised to lose so many native species that predate the Death Stranding. And once they're gone, there's no getting them back. Between the bushfires caused by chiral cinders and animals behaving strangely and getting hurt, it's been pretty bad.
Okay, so chiral cinders are what's doing the
Environmental anomalies
fires.
might be resolved once and for all when Australia is fully linked up. So I've got high expectations for you and your friends. Speaking of which, how would you feel about assisting
I'm just
us with
rocking
your
back and forth in
preservation
my chair.
efforts? It'd be a simple matter of capturing any wild animals you see out on their own and bringing them to us. Even a few would make a real difference. Give it some thought, eh?
Well done, Sam. Return to the DHV Magellan and report to the bridge. I'd like to tell you a little bit more about Rainey and her talents.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done!
We appreciate it. To withstand
Go.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Take care, Sam.
Nice. Alrighty, someone has put a sign up on your right page.
Raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. So I just
Alright, let's have a... Okay, so random things here. So this is sort of like a plateau. And we're making our way down this way. So Rainy Shelter is there. And it looks like we can grab some cargo from there. And then there's cargo here we can pick up as well. Alright. What I will... Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to call the stream here. Save my game progress. So, we just completed order number 15, so now we're into episode 4, Raindrops. I will you know what? I'm most likely going to be doing some offline streaming. Or not offline streaming, sorry. I'm probably going to play this game offline as well. Because, oh my goodness, I'm having way too much fun. I'm having way too much fun with this game, and there's already a number of things that I can do to keep myself, like, you know, grinding in this game and what have you. Like, first and foremost, going back to previous areas and going through more deliveries, picking up packages that are slaying about. Thank you for the 3 bits, Zach. Welcome to the stream. Hi, welcome. Paving roads. That's the other thing as well. That one's going to take quite a bit of time, and I reckon it's worth trying to do off stream. So that's going to be something I'm going to be trying to put some more time into and such. Cookie for Zach Rhino. Here's your cookie, Zach Rhino. So yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. I am honestly amazed that I didn't get a call from work, which is really fortunate. I will be back online Saturday night. Late Saturday night, I should add. Late night Saturday, you're going to continue without us? No, I will go through the main story of Death Stranding 2 next week. Next Wednesday, I'll be going through more Death Stranding 2. hopefully I don't fuck up my time schedules or anything like that. But Saturday night, so basically, today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 3 days from now. 3 days from now. Imagine 3 days and 1 hour from now. I am going to be I'm going to be doing a late night stream. What's that time in UTC? If you check my stream schedule on Twitch, I actually put like a little thing for stream schedules and such. You will actually be able to see in your local time zone what time I'm going to be streaming, cuz late night Saturday night for me is, I believe, like 2 p.m. or something like that for the Europeans. And then it's like 9 in the morning for the Americans. Where do I stream from? Australia. I'm like 10 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. So yeah. All right. But yeah, like I said, that is going to be it for me tonight. So we'll be picking up more Death Stranding next week. I will get my schedule out after Saturday night stream, which is late night. But for now, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let us see. Who do they recommend to me when I click on the raid browser? 3 p.m. for France. Nice. Let's see. Everyone is recommending to me Death Stranding 2, but let's go for someone that isn't recommending to me Death Stranding 2. There seems to be some sort of dragon? Neji? I think that's how you pronounce the name. Yeah, there's someone named Neji that's right now going through Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I absolutely love that stuff. I hope you'll join in with our short and sweet raid message. Himbo Raid! If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like are appropriate. Here's the raid message without the emojis, but I'm going to be using the emojis personally. And hopefully you all enjoyed the stream and that you're having a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will be back online Saturday late night. And if I don't see you then, I'll hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now. Eee!